just a dreamer. Forever you will be my hero. And now that I'm not just a dreamer.
Happy Friday. How you doing? Any day I get to subject people to this soundtrack is a good day. Hi. Yeah, you're welcome. Hi. I noticed that I kept being like, man, Clavier's theme makes me keep thinking of F-Zero GX. And like only one person in chat was like, yeah. Stop. Hello. What is this Shadow the Hedgehog ass theme? Welcome. Hi. Yeah, so, the F-Zero game for the GameCube / arcade. Happy 17th anniversary. Jesus. I'm old. How's the ball been so far? I've been having a good time. For the most part. I've been having a good Ace Attorney time. There you go. Hey, Sir Dan, thanks for the raid. Hello. It's non-stop. But yeah, F-Zero GX has an insanely good soundtrack. I mean, all the races have... The tracks have really good... have good music. A bunch of it's in, like, Smash Bros. You might have heard from that, but... The F-Zero GX has... How many racers? F-Zero GX roster, pilots... This is just a wiki page. There's an absurd number of people that you can race as in F-Zero GX. I don't know if there's just a number somewhere. Whatever. There's like a couple dozen. And every single one of them has their own theme song. And they're all good. Well, they're not all good. They're all something. And like, some of them are like 20 seconds long. Some of them, like Captain Falcon's. He's Captain Falcon. He gets a whole ass song, but it's good. And so, yeah, and a lot of them are just like good kind of butt rock vibes with shredding guitar. So, I wanted to jam out to these. But anyway, I want to try to get started with the video game. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you're doing well. I'll get you all caught up in case you missed part of the stream or last stream or whatever. But we're hopefully gonna finish Case 3 today. I mean, I call it butt rock affectionately. But anyway, damn. Anyway, but yeah. So the reason being, for one, I want to play the video game. For two, I mentioned last Friday, but I felt confident in moving back to streaming from home because Bath had been streaming from home for a while and having very minimal internet issues. I mean, I was having internet issues at the old office, I can say now. So it's not like anything that drastically different. I love the internet, but Bath did consistently have issues with internet on Friday. So Friday nights, and right now it's 3:10 p.m. here on the west coast of America. So we're good for now, but if it gets too late, the internet might explode. And like what happened with Bath was they would start dropping frames and it would just not recover. Bath would stop stream. I would help them reset the router. It's like a congestion thing. So I'm looking into upgrading our internet just to give us more of a buffer for when there's really bad congestion on Friday nights. But for now, it's fine. But just that's why I'm like, okay, I want to get caught up on stuff and hop back into the game because my goal is to finish Case 3. I have no idea how much is left. I'm assuming a lot because I have no idea what's happening, and there's a lot of unanswered questions. But yeah, hopefully we can finish Case 3, and then I'll probably end stream rather than starting the next case, even if it is a slightly shorter one. But yeah, I'm telling you, this soundtrack is disgusting. This is the theme of Digiboy. Digiboy, you know, our favorite F-Zero character. Write a song about Digiboy. Okay, got it. Quill on fire meme. Like, it's great. Anyway, let me get caught up on stuff. Apollo will ease your joints. I hope it does. First of all, in between streams, there were some resubs from Marcus the Fisher and Set the Samurai. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Argento Natsu, thanks for 83 bits. Case 3, am I right? That was when I was about to get started. Thank you so much for the on-time late boy stream bits. TJ Rivers, thanks for 8 months. Welcome back. You're perceiving the fire. You gotta put them out. Smash for thanks for 100 bits. As the biggest 4-man Spike fan in the community, I feel it's my duty to let you know that Wrecking Crew 98 has been added to NSO. That's wild that it wasn't already in there. Along with Super R-Type and amazing Hebereke? Hebereke. A Super Famicom game never released outside Japan until now. This game features a beardless 4-man Spike, which makes him look a lot like a buff Waluigi. Also a competitive puzzle game a la Puyo Puyo or Panel de Pon Tetris Attack. Fun game, provided you don't mind reading Japanese text. That was me trying to play the Super Nintendo Picross game that's only in Japanese. I was like, what button do I hit to do the Picross? I don't know. It's good. Clive's American, he pretends to be. He pretends to be German? I missed the context of what you're talking about. Anyway, thank you. City's Star, thank you for 100 bits. Let's get hype, Your Honor. Your Honor. Order. This jam is too jamming. Prosecution. Turn down the distortion a little bit. Serdan, thanks again for the raid. Smash, thanks for 100 bits. Have you streamed F-Zero GX before, aside from Todd's tournament? You should stream that game for the rest of us so we can experience how awesome it is. I have not just, like, sat down and streamed it, other than the tournament. That could make for a fun stream. I worry about streaming it primarily because that game is stupidly hard. I played the fuck out of it back in the day, but that doesn't translate to my skills in it now. I remember, so that game tracks your time in game to the thousandths of a second. I don't know how accurate it is. It's saying, you know, the internal clock is probably not that accurate. But I remember there was a race I beat trying to grind out, like, competition wins where I literally won by a couple thousandths of a second. I was boosting and flying up behind him and just barely managed to just eke out a win, and it was the most hype thing I've ever experienced. But the F-Zero GX is a good game. It has a campaign of story missions, and they are anyone that has played F-Zero GX the single player will tell you it is some of the most bullshit, difficult nonsense, and then there's a hard difficulty on top of that. And there was a GDQ speedrun, actually, like a year or two ago, where he did the full campaign on hard mode. as a speed run in a marathon setting, and the commentators were like, if you have not played this, you don't know how dangerous this is to do. This dude is nuts. So anyway, it's a very fun game, and it's worth watching all the cutscenes. But like, the campaign is, you know, Captain Falcon, and there's like really silly cutscenes that I recommend looking up. They're wild. But also, every single character not only has their own theme song, they have a pre-rendered CG video that you unlock if you win the like Master Cup or whatever with that racer. Which is, I think I got 5 videos, if memory serves. I have to see if I still have the memory card floating around when I had that. But anyway, it's nuts. I don't know if I'll stream it or not, but whether or not I do, just do yourself a favor. If you like bizarre early 2000s CG, look up all of the story mission cutscenes of F-Zero GX, as well as the character victory videos. I showed some of them on stream a while ago, just because I brought it up before, and it seems like people don't believe me when I'm like, no, it's insane. It's, fuck it. I'm watching exactly one right now, and then we're gonna play the game. I said I was gonna try to get quick, because I have to start the game. But, the one that I always remember is, well, actually, okay, fuck it. We'll just watch Captain Falcon's. That's the, I was gonna do Mr. EAD, but I'm like, no, we're just gonna do Captain Falcon, because, where the hell? Because I'm like, this just sets the tone for the rest of them that are weirder than this. Because this is like the Mario of the game, right? This is like the main guy, where you're like, oh, of course, he's gonna, you know, whatever. So imagine you just beat an extremely difficult race, white knuckle, you've snapped your Wavebird in half, and you're panting and wheezing, and you're like, oh my god, I just barely managed to win. And then you hear the disk drive spin up, and then this starts playing on your CRT. Don't worry about the baby. Or maybe worry about the baby. This looks like a mobile game ad. They all look like mobile game ads. They all have several. There's certain themes to them. I don't want to repeat everything that I said in a previous stream when I went into all this. But Pepsi Man, yeah. There's multiple like categories. Some of them are fully unique like that. One of the ones that is a recurring theme is there's this like Muscle Man competition, where a lot of the characters are shirtless and flexing, and there's like a meter that goes up in a crowd that's like, woo, we like this. And then some of the characters flex, everyone's like, ew, gross, get off the stage. And then that's the entire cutscene. One of them is an octopus man. I think his name is Octoman. And I vividly remember that one just haunting my nightmares, because he's just flexing and like tentacle suckers are showing up, and everyone's like, and you're like, this is my reward for winning a really difficult race. Great. And Mr. EAD's is a giant robot man who he's the... EAD was the name of the internal team at Nintendo that worked on like Mario games, I think. I don't remember exactly, but or there's multiple. There's like EAD 1, 2, 3. I don't remember. But Mr. EAD has like Mario. He's got like a Mario kind of mustache and like superstar things on his head. Yeah, his cutscene is him eating a lot of cakes and being happy about it, and it's great. Anyway, let me get caught up with stuff, because I want to hop in. Kitsune Sif, thanks for gifting a sub. It's a Carrot-kun. Welcome. Welcome back. Enjoy the emotes. We do have a cut. We have Bar Ruled, as well as Bar Perceive for Apollo times. And Smash for the Storm Bits. I recently learned the creators confirmed that Clavier Gavin isn't actually German, puts on an accent, and uses German phrases. A good Euro rock accent, if you will. So my initial impressions of him were accurate, because that was the immediate vibe I got. I was like, whether or not he's either a German obsessed with like Western culture, or maybe the other way around a bit. Yeah. What game is cutscenes from? F-Zero GX. I can type it in the chat. F-Zero GX. Based off of the Sonic Strikes. It's great. It's a good time. Look into it. I don't know if I'll ever stream it, because it would be me yelling at the screen and driving off and exploding 1,000 times for like 5 seconds of cutscene. Which, you know, is fun. Hey, Chris. Welcome. Guess fuck, I want to see more. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, there's like 30 racers. All of them have a theme song, and all of them have a CG cutscene, and they're all weird. Every single one of them is weird. So it's good. Pangolin Montanari, thanks for 420 bits. Nice. Hi, Barry. I think I made myself tired today by thinking too hard about game design. Here's to a head empty stream. I feel that. The number of documents that I have scattered around like my phone and my computer of just like, hold on, what if there was a game? And then these are all the different systems in it. And then if the player did this, then it did this. And it's just like, have I made any of those? No. Have I prototyped a couple things? Kinda. I've talked about it before. I was learning Unity for a very long time and getting to the point where I could actually start to make stuff. And I was very excited. And now I'm like, okay, time to learn Godot. And I just haven't yet. I'm hoping to find time for Godot too. The move to back home is like starting to settle down. I still have work to do, but I'm hoping to have time to work on other projects soon, which is good. Anyway, it's made by Sega. The director's the same man. Also made Monkey Ball. A few years later, made Yakuza 1. I believe so. Yes, it was developed by Sega. It obviously in collaboration with Nintendo, and also the arcade version, which is F-Zero AX. The G and GX stands. So there was F-Zero for the Super Nintendo, F-Zero X for the N64, and then they did F-Zero GX and AX, which are fundamentally the same game. The GX came out for the GameCube, and AX came out for the arcade. And the arcade was on this board they made for arcades called the Triforce, which was a collaboration between Nintendo, Sega, and Namco, if memory serves. And so they did a bunch of games around that time that used this same sort of hardware to run their games. And so I don't think Namco worked on F-Zero GX, but yeah, it was like a kind of those companies working together. Was there F-Zero SX for the Switch? No. Namco made the Mario Kart arcades. Yeah, there are Mario Kart arcade games that came around the same time that were the same hardware. Anyway, Little Lights, thanks for 50 bits. I just opened a big show last night. Looking forward to finally having free time getting caught up on Ace Attorney VODs. Congrats on the show. Welcome back. Thank you. AX had a GameCube memory card slot. Not only could you use your save in both games, there were characters exclusive to the arcade version that you could unlock in the GameCube version, and I don't remember the requirements, but it was brutally difficult. I think I unlocked one of them ever. It was great. Anyway, most nerd sentence. I don't know how to tell you this. I'm a fucking nerd. If you're new here, maybe I could forgive you not realizing that, but I am a gigantic nerd. I don't know if you knew this. But anyway, let's play a video game for the DS on Twitch.com. So what happened last time? Jesus. Case 3, am I right? Case 3, am I right? Apollo, it's only case 3. That's what I said. We were at Clavier's concert, and he had a special guest artist whose bodyguard / interpreter / secret Interpol agent was killed. He was shot through the shoulder by his own gun, and then he was dying, and he said that basically that Le Mirar can't see, and he wrote his own Interpol number in blood on the ground that then got smeared away by whoever wrote it, or by whoever shot him, presumably. He got shot. We almost immediately opened the door and no one was in there, which led us to believe that whoever was in there vented. But in order to vent, you gotta be schmol. So that means that we believe that it is Machi. It's Machi. I keep thinking, I'm like, don't say Hachi Machi. And I did it. Machi, who we thought was blind and can't speak English, is not blind and maybe can speak English. I don't know. Strongest 14-year-old in the world. Yeah. They're hiding things still. So there's a bunch of spinning threads right now, but basically we need to figure out Darian is extremely sus right now. He's got the long pompadour because he was the voice that La Mirar heard in that room before he was shot. And what else? There's a lot of spinning threads right now, but like that's, and we also need to figure out why and how his body as well as Machi were moved on top of that big platform, because that was very strange. So anyway, I think we're gonna just skip bang. Right, she's blind, he's not, which is the opposite of what they told us, because PR, because it's their shtick, and there's no way they could make another shtick. So this is just one of the tracks from one of the levels in F-Zero. This is Firefield. It's so good. Tornado Owl, thanks for 10 months. These 10 months have been a wild ride. Thanks for being a constant through it. I'm doing my best, thank you. Thanks for the Prime. Did you know that if you have Amazon Prime, you... That's the end of that sentence. Anyway. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. But yeah, every time Clavier is doing his theme or jamming out in court, my brain goes to F-Zero GX specifically. So, anyway. Let me make sure that we're good to go. Also, are the captions working? They're not. Sweet. When I ended stream, it looked like they'd fixed themselves. Maybe the captions are just being sassy right now. That's a bummer. Well, I apologize about that. Hopefully they fix themselves, because I don't know. There's not much I can do on my end, unfortunately. But anyway, yeah, we good? Yeah? Yeah, we're good. Objection! Let's go back. Point back in. From save point. Yes. Yeah, we're good. All right. We're about to enter court for the second time. Because we kind of proved that it wasn't Machi, but also they're not entirely off the hook, and then we're just back in court, and it's fine. We got to see Clavier's office, though, and that was cool. Well, this is it! Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. Yeah. Actually, the flashbacks are useful now. This meeting is over. Sorry. Right. He did cut off our conversation as soon as we were about to learn more about what Machi knows. 2 days before your birthday, happy birthday. The meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving. Darian, wait. I never liked you, either of you. Huh? Bye. Thank you. Oh yeah, the silk egg. Yeah, that's important. Yeah, he has a replica egg thing that can cure incuritis. I almost forgot about that. Yeah, and we think that it was taken out of the country of Borginia. It can cure current. Yeah, and he's a genius. I want to know what the original Japanese for that is, because I'm like, it's got to be something good. And then the localization team was like, hold on. We got it. So he has a thing that presumably is meant for Lamirar to hold, to know if it feels the same, but she didn't know that he had. I don't know. It's like, why does it look the same and feel the same, but not? It doesn't look the same. It's right. Anyway, we'll figure it out. But yeah, stole a thing from the country that is punishable by death to take out of the country that can cure incuritis, which I'm assuming the judge was gonna go see after the trial has. But anyway. Do I look like I know what's happening? I don't know. It's Ace Attorney. Forget it, Jake. It's Ace Attorney. He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. VOD caught up. Welcome. Why is legal to smuggle again? Specifically the egg. Don't know. Caught up enough. Incuritis. I missed the ending. You're welcome. And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. What was that noise? He is heard but unseen. What? Who's that talking? Also this guy. Right, we learned about who Trucy's real dad is, or biological father. I don't know what the situation is. Which is not this guy, but his former magic partner. And he disappeared 7 years ago. Valiant Grammar Ye. Using the door like an average muggle, no less. Boo. Boo. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valiant? A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets will be free for the plucking. Oh yeah, we did also discover. I'm gonna stop the recap. So we also discovered an igniter that was used to burn up Clavier's guitar, as well as a similar unused igniter in the dressing room where the murder happened. So there's other stuff going on. And he was responsible for the disappear, reappear illusion, but won't tell us what happened. Yeah. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Ooh, with vanishing magic? Indeed, I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. Before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? A grand glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell! They did a great job with his writing. Where he's just like, hello, I am a magic man of magic. I'm off to go wait in line. Good day. Like, it's good. Hey, Fizz, how you doing? We are about to hop into the part 2 of case 3. I don't... The part 2 of the trial? Yeah, I don't know what's happening. It can't be America. He's yeah. Public transit. And there he goes. I mean, we do have that. It's just, you know, not like it is in Japan. He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually involves cutting up things, like people or elephants or the Eiffel Tower. Anything, really. Don't cut up elephants. Be better than Thomas Edison. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. La Mirara's disappearing act. And Gavin's exploding guitar. Didn't explode, it burst into flames. Let's not get dramatic. I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Excuse me, sir. Yes? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. This has never happened before. Did something happen? This is a first. It was by the judge's request, some urgent personal business. He's taking a shit, isn't he? Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently he's visiting the hospital again. The hospital? He pooping him pant. He pooping him robe. And he wasn't wearing a pant, and that's why it's an issue. I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Incuritis, I believe. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning. The Chief Justice's son. That's right. Remember yesterday morning, the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper, if you care to read about it yourself. Incuritis syndrome, first case in country. Incuritis? Where have I heard that before? I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. Guys, not only are VCRs, but newspapers are also going to come back in a big way in 2 years. Buy stonks now. 10:30 a.m., courtroom number 3.
My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of... how do you say this name again?
Machi Tobai, our suspect Fortissimo.
Right. It's his trial in any case.
Defense is prepared, Your Honor, if anyone wanted to know.
The prosecution is ready to rock.
Is something wrong, Your Honor?
No, well, yes. It's just, I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time.
Incuritis, was it? That article said there's no known cure. Here, Judge, let me say with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears.
Now is the time for law. Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday.
I asked Interpol about that number. IPXX 314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche.
Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help.
Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Incuritis is maybe the best thing. It makes unobtainium seem like a smart name for a thing. Wait! That voice just now. It was him. I'm sure of it.
It was him?
That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian.
No way.
I still think that he wasn't in the room. He was like talking over a headset in the Coliseum. We know that he was fucking up on guitar on stage. So unless he's got a clone, which is possible, he was probably on the stage but distracted doing something else at the time.
No. Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darian would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect? I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darian Crescent is a member of my band, the Gaviners. That sounds like a conflict of interest. Anyway, he is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigation, I found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? Weren't you aware, Hair Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Gaviners ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guest took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, La Mirar, and Machi, along with the drummer and, others. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. I saw the 3D models and I got excited again. La Mirar and the defendant, Machi Tobai, had left the stage at that point. And the Gaviners were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out to the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Skye, mind you. And Apollo. You heard them too, right? Sure did. Furthermore, La Mirar herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime. When she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Detective Crescent talking, but that's impossible. He was... Precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage getting his groove on, no less. Voila. A perfect alibi. Voila is my favorite German word. Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true. When I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darian Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged. Which means that La Mirar was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections, Apollo, if he declares a verdict now, heck. But Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. It's pronounced Woila since it's German. Woila, Your Honor. La Mirar might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? I missed the middle trial. Lost my deal if I watch. Probably not more lost than I am. About the case. What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Latouche's death? This meeting's over. Remember this flashback we had literally 5 seconds ago? Darian! Okay, alright, they're cutting it off. Machi was trying to tell us something. I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him. Under oath. Very well, the court finds the defendant. What was his name again? Your Honor! No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice. Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who until now has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Machi Tobai to the stand. But he doesn't speak English. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as, I love you and where is the toilet? Those are the only 2 really needed in any language. The defense would like to request La Mirar as the interpreter. La Mirar? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, Hair Forehead. Herr Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If La Mirar lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. If both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant and La Mirar to the witness stand. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with? if you would, Lamroir. Yes. He says Machi Tobai, the defendant. This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Why are they acting like this is weirder than interrogating a parrot? Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would what, Your Honor? Would what you called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about?
What I want him to testify about?
I hadn't thought that far yet. Apollo! Aren't you gonna ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday?
How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment, if I might speak.
Yes, Lamroir?
Just now, Machi said there is something about which he wishes to testify. Machi wants to testify about something. What could it be?
What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please. The parrot could speak English. Right, so that was more, yeah.
The suspense is killing me. What? What?
Well,
Lamroir?
according to Machi, he has proof of his innocence.
This is a surprise.
Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it! Case closed. This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means.
Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Lamroir, I mean Machi. Please testify to the court.
Very well.
Proof of innocence.
He was murdering someone else. That's his alibi. He says that word of Mr. Letus's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, that is, he could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. I thought about that earlier.
I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely.
I wondered what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lamroir to know the meaning of that song.
Lamroir,
did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him? I did tell him, generally, what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead? Lamroir might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday, it'll work today. Is it glowing? Yeah. Do you know what hit Lamroir yesterday? I mean, I'm assuming it's Darian, but I don't think we know definitively. It is glowing. Alright. Let's just go through them. Were Machi and Mr. Letus close? Yes, after we traveled around the world on tour together. Lamroir, this is Machi's cross-examination, not yours. But I knew the answer. This is a court of law. We'll play by the book. I understand. When Prosecutor Gavin's tough, he's really tough. Machi says he was very good friends with Mr. Letus. Mr. Letus was always a gentle man, never angry. We got along quite well. I never dreamed something like this would happen. If the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song... We only do things by the book here. The guitar serenade, correct? Yes. The crime followed the lyrics of the song. The theft of the keyring, the burning guitar, and the bullet. This is why it could not have been me. Does he know that that's the crux of the case? I don't remember what information people should and shouldn't have at this point. That is, he could not have done it. By could not have done it, you mean... It is very simple. Machi could not have done all the things that happened that day, for all those things followed the song lyrics closely. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics? He did know what the song was about, its mood, shall we say. That was enough to play. I told him it was a song about a guitar in love. It's not actually the guitar that's in love, strictly speaking. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood.
No, not really. Yours is also a valid interpretation. Okay. No, it is my fault. I am too used to singing in Borginian. It is much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics. Yay, I knew he was innocent. I believe he is too, Trucy. I do. What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something? Something's hidden in that testimony. If it's the truth, I'll find it. He's clearly never karaoke 99 Luftballons. In German. Maybe it's this line. Let's perceive. The question is, who do we look at? And what? Oh, look at it. Oh, I should make this bigger. When she said in English, he was like, look again, give him some side eye. Hold on. Hear it again. He says that because the lyrics, look at this, are in English. Gotcha. Machi, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced toward her the very moment Lamirar said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that, he understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can't. Must he continue this charade? Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Damn it. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but... I am sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. What newspaper? The newspaper? The Borginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland. I was right. What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are quite fierce all of a sudden. What did it say about the newspaper? It was really specific about what it didn't say. It doesn't mention the lyrics. It's very specifically said that. Yeah, alright, good. Machi is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. Borginian. Take a look. It's in a burger. Borginian. I can read every burger. Take that! I have here a Borginian newspaper, the Borginian Daily Bugle. As a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What is this all about? I'm sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borginian newspaper. We did it. We broke the child. What does this mean? Get got? But I don't see how it's possible. I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain himself. Machi says, he says... Yes? It is true I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? Is this true, Lamirar? Yes, I'm afraid I'd forgotten it myself. And it looks like Herr Forehead's been jumping to conclusions again. Seems so. No. I was onto something, I know it. I can't let this chance slip away. Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination? What are you gonna do, Apollo? If I'm gonna keep on cross-examining, I better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. His 3-stage WTF face. Yeah, he gets really goofy. It's like borderline off-model. Please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well, witness. I understand. It was I who explained that the crime followed the song. Exactly how much did you explain to Machi? Ah, this is a question for me, yes? This interpretation thing is getting old fast. I told him Mr. Latouche had been killed and why he was a suspect. And I told him the crimes of that day followed my song. Did you mention any particular words of the song relating to the case, such as heart? Yes, of course I explained this. He was quite surprised. Yay, I knew he was innocent. I believe he is too, Trucy, I do. Yeah, okay. So it's gotta be the new line. He does not fully understand them. Why was it slow? Have I not pressed this yet? Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the... Okay, no. We got this. We got this. Yeah. Let me perceive. I feel like there's gonna be a different tell, but I'm just gonna look at the face first. What are you hiding? What are you hiding? Crime followed the song. What's in there? Do it again. This time we look at her. Why isn't she talking? Is she swallowing again? That's almost too easy then. Let me look at her throat. You swallowing some saliva in there, ma'am? That's pretty sus behavior. Swallowing saliva. Only guilty people swallow their spit. Lamara! I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court it was I who explained. I see there's little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lamarar, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lamarar, you're protecting... Oh. Oh, no. Ooh. Good. I should have saved. Obviously, it would be Machi. But maybe it's not. It could be she's protecting Darian, because he seems super guilty. She could be defending herself. Could also be defending Latouche himself. Those are my only ideas. Maybe she just gave up, yeah. You just swallowed when you said that? Why? What are you hiding? What? Maybe it's my... She's in prison. Let me think about it. It's possible that she... Well, no, she didn't know that Latouche was Interpol, right? And she was surprised when we were like, check out this egg. She was like, oh, this is what this is. So I don't think she knew Latouche's deal. Because I feel like that would be reason for why she might be protecting Latouche. He's also dead, but I'm like, maybe there's more about him that they're trying to hide. She's protecting me. It's also possible... I mean, it just seems like she's protecting Machi. That's what I'm like, what am I overthinking? Or am I underthinking? Do I gotta think stupid about it? Well, no, she admitted, no, she's not protecting Darian. Because she was like, I heard his voice in that room. So I don't think that makes sense. That'd be pretty random. Preferred Dragon's Dogma 2 build? Yeah. Talk amongst yourselves. So then it just brings me back to Machi or herself. But would she be protecting herself? Everything she's been doing so far has been to draw suspicion away from Machi. I'm just gonna pick Machi because what on earth? Lamrar, you are protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. So was the game made me be like, just to be like, everything she's doing is protecting Machi, and they're like, be careful, she's gonna try protecting Machi, how can we trust her testimony? And the game's like, who's she protecting? I'm like, is there anyone else? I don't know. It's fine. Why did they prompt me for that? I got panicked. I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lamrar lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me, too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. He said, in English. In English? Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes, a little only. Hablo inglés. What? First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lamrar? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? Last. This is last. Second last. One more maybe. Machi, could you tell us what really happened? Is this Kingdom Hearts for liars? Yes. No shooting! I did no shooting! So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct? I like that Lamrar was just shuffled away by the bailiff. Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, he on floor. Which would be after the shooting, right? Then there is voice. Voice or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Latouche had already been shot. And then we came to the door. Panel high up, I take off, run away, run away. So it was you who escaped through that air vent. He just admitted to venting, Your Honor. Sus mogus sus. As the prosecution has held all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? He's an engineer. We have no proof to that. No, he's clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor, already on floor. The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's clammed up, Apollo. Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? That's it? There's nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no. Of course there is. What's this cocoon, anyway? Meep up up. The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? Let's get him to admit to stealing a thing that's punishable by death for stealing. That's a... Listen, he'll get off the hook for murder, maybe. And then, oh boy, this is a pickle. How badly do we want to win this case? So what if he's an imposter? The question of this trial isn't if Machi's a killer, it's if he's this killer. He might have killed someone else. That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Machi, please tell us the truth for your own... Let's be honest, for my own sake. No, no more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, Hair Forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse.
I don't know if those sirens picked up on my mic. It's fine. They're just coming from Machi and the egg. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. It did? Okay, good. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. Listen, just because I moved to a different place to stream doesn't mean there's going to be interruptions from loud noises outside. What'd I do? Don't worry about it. It's the siren! He called for the siren.
I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed.
That was in real life.
11:23.
We were in there for less than an hour. Apollo Eustace. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Holy shit, Apollo. God, what the fuck? Believe, I know shooting. Machi claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it? Suddenly, I hear revolver. Close, very close. Then I hear voice. You heard gunshots. Yes, it's true, I hear revolver, but only sound. But you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead, and then you heard shots? If that's true... So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots, and you escaped through the air vent. I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. The vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? He's right! Look, Apollo! Huh? Yeah? How'd you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from Magician. Magician? Don't look at me! A magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. What does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's gonna go well in court. Not! Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So, what do we do? You sure you won't testify, Machi? No talking, no. Well, it was worth a shot. That cocoon. Shots, 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 shots. I can't go home. Can't go home. I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Borginia is death. That's right. It's punishable by death. Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. We're calling the magician to the stand up? Yeah. They've released missile-themed decorations for your Steam profile. Chat, I gotta go. I have important business to attend to. 11:28 a.m. Quarter number 3. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn this case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? A magic angle. If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamirar. Never mind. I thought we were gonna get a magician on this thing. Lamirar? Objection! What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamirar's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can. Lamirar was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? And peppered. Someone wanted Lamirar dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill Lamirar? Can you think of a reason? Well. Think of how she is known in our country. They didn't know? It seems strange that they didn't know. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes?
yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think? I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Lettuce. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something the killer doesn't want getting out. Is this being broadcast? So am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lamorar's testimony? Nugget? A nugget we have yet to uncover? Exactly. I want the chicken to testify. If Lamorar was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lamorar's testimony once more. Hello. Lamorar, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darien Crescent, right? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know. And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court. Of course, Your Honor. I dipped my truth in honey mustard. Ooh. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Lettuce and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Yeah, we don't know why she was in a hurry. Pretty much the same as yesterday. I am sorry. I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I've said here is the truth. That it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lamorar was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. You just gotta think about not thinking, and then you'll be good. What I heard. Did your Hatman attack her? Mr. Hat might have done it. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. Is something wrong? I raised an objection, but she's saying the same thing she said before. Mr. Justice? Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with your testimony. Now I know what they mean about the reckless youth these days. The one in red over there is a shining example here, Judge. You're the last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar. That's when I heard them, Mr. Lettuce and the detective. Is Trucy and Apollo the same age? No, Apollo's 20-something and Trucy's 15? 22. Yeah. Darien Crescent? Zoomers. Oh, when this game came out, it would have been millennials. I did not know his name at the time. But yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There is no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed. Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions, we won't get anywhere. She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try. What were they talking about? Lamorar, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I have given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it, the clue we've been waiting for. What did he say? What will he say? What did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Lettuce. The shooter, then. Darien Crescent. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch now. Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Letters? I thought it quite strange myself afterward. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? Yeah, sure. I'd be delighted. It's very vital. Maybe we should add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo? I want to see if there's anything from the other... They might not let me, but... Okay, you remember a part of the conversation. Yes, the conversation between Mr. Lettuce and the detective. Remember it quite clearly. It's kind of nice that in this one, if you get a thing, then they change the previous one and be like, that's it, no more multiple choice. From the small window, I hear a voice say, press the switch now. And it was Detective Darian Crescen's voice. Yes, I am sure of it. It's over, press the switch. Why would he say that to Mr. Letters? Apollo! The murder weapon, the revolver was Mr. Lettuce's, right? Yeah, what of it? Well, maybe when he said press the switch, he really meant to say pull the trigger, because his English isn't so good. Darian Crescent is a native speaker. Alright. Sorry, I kind of forgot who was what. Press the switch. That's not something a killer usually says to their victim, is it? The only switch that we know of is the remote trigger, which would be to start the fire that was in the room. Which was in the crime scene. In the room that they were in, potentially. No. Was there no one else in the room? I do not know. All I heard was Mr. Lettuce and the detective. Or the guitar, but this was after the guitar already burst into flames. So I don't know why he would say it's over, press the switch. And he hit the switch and then almost burnt Emma Sky's hand. So that trigger is tied to that igniter at least. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped, then I heard another one. There were 2 gunshots. Yes, I heard 2, one after the other. That fits with the bullet holes of the scene. Nothing really new here to pick up. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but how'd you smell gunpowder? If you were on the other side of a door with a soundproof window. Why didn't you tell someone immediately? Well, For me, I would have gone to the police right away. It's our duty as citizens. This may be beside the point, but Lamorar isn't a citizen. Though one would hope such common sense prevails in Borginia as well. Lamorar seems awfully quiet all of a sudden. That's strange. Could she be hiding something? It is as you say, yet at the time... I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. You were in a hurry? To go where? I was on my way to the backstage exit, as I have said. Why were you in such a hurry, then? Well, I don't think that has anything to do with this case. It very well might. Please answer the question. Objection! Are you all right, Lamorar? Yes, I'm just tired. Why did he object? And then talk to her. Recall what I told you yesterday, Hair Forehead. Lamorar suffers from serious amnesia. That's why he objected. Please refrain from traumatizing her further. What, so he can just dismiss questions he thinks are too traumatizing? Why don't you prove her reason had a connection to the case before asking about it, yeah? The prosecution's objection is sustained. He just sustained an objection. We have the rule of law in this courtroom. There's actual the process. The current question is moot. Mr. Justice, please continue with your cross-examination. She was attacked because of this testimony. I know she was. So something's got to be hidden here. Maybe there's some detail we're missing. I guess we'll just have to get her to fill in the blanks. Right. So there's something I need to present as evidence. As a contradiction. But what? I mean, I could present our switch for this and be like, here's the thing we found. Your Honor, Objection! Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Ew. Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch save the lights. True. There wasn't a switch at the scene, a DS maybe. But it just so happens, I have a switch right here. Thanks, Lorca. It was the bits that triggered the song. Just finished Kid Icarus VODs. Wanted to let me know that I 100% of that game as a lefty at difficulty 9 with right-handed controls because the left-handed controls are that bad. Witness my eternal hand explodey rage, Sakurai. And while you're at it, please remake Kid Icarus Uprising. I love that game, it's so good. My God. I feel like to this day, you probably just have permanent claw grip in your hands. Thank you for the bits. That's a lot of bits. And I'm glad you enjoyed the VODs. And apparently that game. I'm really glad that I got to, however briefly, play the online multiplayer before they shut down the servers just like a couple days ago. We got a gamer in the chat? Thank you for the bits. I have a Switch right here. My hands are okay. Yeah. Asymmetrical controls and lefties. Seems like a tough time. That certainly does look like a Switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. Lefties like Clavier. He is jamming out with the left-handed guitar, at least when he's air guitaring. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage? Are you claiming that the voice Lamorar heard was of someone commanding another to press this switch? It's a possibility.
Objection!
In concert, he's a right-handed guitar player? I don't remember. I think you're right. I'm trying to remember the wide shot where he's standing to the side of Lamorar in the middle. I think he is holding it. Man. He only plays air guitar left-handed. Oh, hair forehead, I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lamorar's dressing room. Not to mention that the Governors were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. Unless... The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Hair Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite shrimple to be heard on stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? He's getting cocky. Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room. The gun. You write a note on the bullet, and then you shoot it into the ground. And then they go, ooh, a note. Take it off the bullet. Probably the,
Take that!
I like how that works pretty consistently. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this. Why, that's... What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? He's getting feisty. This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications device? Like a cellular phone? From what I've heard, that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, they're for talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple.
Objection!
What if it's a 3DS thing? Yeah, it could be. True, but wait. Those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. Lamorar said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be. So when Lamorar heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
Objection!
You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch. I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. Or should I say, a switchuation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point debating it. Yeah. I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is this switch anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. You're welcome, Redmond. Wait a second. Same hat. I do know what this switch is. Every time he presses his finger in, he gets another brain cell. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? You got that look in your eye. We know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning this switch. Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set up on linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. I mean, I'm 99% sure. I just want to save anyway. Hi. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is? The igniter. Well, you'll find, Your Honor, that the igniter is attached to the... Here, can you hold this for me real quick? I'm gonna hit the switch and then... You know. Don't you save in court IRL? It's pretty cool. Can I reload my save, Your Honor? Guilty. Oh. Well, you know... it's, Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this. Ah, that's that. What? Is this another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Are there games on your phone? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Igniter? I barely even know her. Look, I'll show you. Yow, Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. He did hand it to the judge. Good. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I expected. If my whiskers had caught on fire. Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah, exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. He is right-handed in that scene. Right-hand guitar. Maybe he's ambidextrous. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware that such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right. He got it in Borginia from Lammerarm. He said the sound was amazing before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Well, hair, forehead. Yes. Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lamrar, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. That does seem to make sense. Something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really? It seemed pretty simple to me. Like Kurt Russell smashing the antique guitar in Hateful Eight. Forgot about that. Hair, forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. Wasn't he supposed to destroy a prop guitar and he ended up destroying an actual antique guitar or something like that? Like, he wasn't supposed to destroy that guitar for the movie. I wasn't expecting something a little more... I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? They mixed them up. His simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this, indeed. The guitar caught fire during the second set. That's right, of course.
Yeah, I don't know why they went on this tangent being like, oh, that's the switch for that. It's like, the igniter we're showing people is a different igniter. Yeah, during the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense. Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. Objection! What's this? But Detective Emma Skye heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act. Objection! Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Machi was in that dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor! Snap in his face, jingles some keys. He also told us in his testimony, namely, the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane! Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote-triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. Case 3, Act 2. Order, order, order. But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes? Hey, he's right, look. The bullet's supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merits for the person doing it. I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin? If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes, the shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet Herr Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse! Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way. Order, order. That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the orders of events to create himself an alibi. That's good. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Herr Forehead, one I pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lamroar have heard a voice through it? Oh, I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lamroar's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence. How do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lamroar heard the voice?
Key point, to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice, you got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lamarar heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. What? Huh? I'm confused. How was Lamarar able to hear the voice? The window was open. She has divine hearing. She was somewhere else. She has divine hearing, Your Honor. The window was closed, as you say, yet Lamarar could still hear the voice. Because she has the power of divine hearing. That's the only explanation. The witness is a siren, Mr. Justice, not a saint. I said hearing, Your Honor, not healing. That fell on deaf ears. I'm not sure I know what this divine hearing ability is. Then perhaps we should hear it straight from the all-powerful voice himself. Care to explain how clairaudience? Is that like clairvoyance, clairaudience? Has anything to do with this case? Can we just move on now? Only if you can enlighten this court. Time to rethink this. Lamarar heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. How was she able to hear the voice? She was somewhere else. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open either. Meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. Ah, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be Borginian too. As I was saying, Lamarar could not hear the voice through that window. So there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. This reminds me, as a very brief aside, someone tweeted at me on twitter.com. Well, never mind. I want to... Hold on. Jesus Christ, Twitter. Sorry, yeah, thank you. I just went to check Twitter and I got logged out of Twitter somehow. I'm like, okay, cool. I got it. Hold on. Is this worth this? Probably not. But, thank you, Twitter. Twitter is actively dying. Yeah, it's great. What do you... What? Fucking... Never mind. Let me... One more time. Are you... Okay, fuck Twitter. They're like, put in the code for your verification app. And I was like, done. And they're like, wrong. And I'm like, what do you mean wrong? Have I been hacked? I don't know. Anyway. And then it refreshed and I put in the second new code and it was like, also incorrect. And I'm like, all right. I guess I'm not posted on Twitter anymore. Well, it's a shame. It was a very nice thread someone made where they're like, they were watching the VODs and they're like, I heard you complimenting the music. Did you know every Ace Attorney is a different composer? And they broke down all the composers and other games they've worked on, and it was rad. But, now I can't go through that. But thank you to whoever that was. It was cool. Maybe I'm not, yeah. I'm trying to steal my own identity. She heard it from another voice, another location. Watch this. You do amuse me so. And here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. He speaks English and he speaks Burger. What's the problem? What? You keep promoting NFTs. What's that about, dude? Shall I interpret for you, Hair Forehead? No, I think just like the login authentication's just fucking broken. Lamarar clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. And there's only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? Did she also vent? There is? I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well, you claim Lamarar heard the voice from another location. Why are you promoting Borginian NFTs? It's just burgers and eggs. Show us where this location was. I would love to do nothing more. Hold on. I accidentally said no. I'm using my thumb instead of the D-pad. Because it's weirdly faster to respond. Lamarar heard the voice from here.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. In the vent. In the vent? I can't get all the way up there, but I'll just, maybe that's close enough. This is where Lamrar heard that voice from.
But that's no small window. That's the air vent.
I love this theme.
What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lamrar was up in the ventilation system, listening to this man's voice? Yeah, she was sneaking in the Shadow Moses Island. What's the big idea? That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Herr Forehead.
Okay, what about it isn't logical?
It hardly merits saying. Why would Lamrar be in the ventilation system, hiding like a rat? No offense intended. The explanation for that is shrimple, Prosecutor Gavin. She is a rat.
And you look over and there's just a rat sitting on the witness stand with like cloth on it, like her dress.
I'm a what? Isn't it, Lamrar? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes, I admit it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. The problem here is words. Lamrar, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on a wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling.
The fail guitar riff is very good.
Order, I will have order. Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room, and that's where you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, in fact I was.
I'm sorry, I never imagined it would have become such an important point. You were in the vent. Why the heck were you? He's dropped all pretense. Why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure. I can't. May I remind you, this is a murder trial? We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please.
Well, looks like I'm on the right track. She might have been the engineer.
Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. What the hell was she doing up there? Uh-huh. I had heard there was a small window there before. I was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. Oh, it suddenly makes sense. Oh my god. I feel really stupid that it took me this long. Oh man. Alright, I'm back. Hi, Chad. As to why I was there, I cannot say. It's a secret. It's a secret. She can't say why she was in the vent because that was the magic trick. That was how she got from one part of the set to the other. She went through the vent underneath the theater and then popped back up elsewhere. And the magician was like, don't tell no one how he did it. And maybe he was like, there's a vent that far down the hallway so you know how far you are, because she had to do it without seeing where she is. So she had to do it off of her senses. So, yeah, no, that's it's all coming together. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. I love when a mystery is written in a way where I'm, if not like lockstep with when they're revealing things, I'm like half of a step ahead. Because when you figure things out too far in advance, it's boring. Because you're like, why don't they just ask the question that needs to be asked? And when you're lost, it's like, what on earth is happening? But when you're just like, oh, I know why man, that feels good. Bound to secrecy. In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you say you were in the middle of your performance, so this did happen during the second set. I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah, Air Forehead? Yeah. Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you gonna do, Apollo? I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. We gotta get her to tell us how magic works. Above the ceiling. Penn and Teller's the best party magic. Yeah, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. Oops. I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I'm bound to secrecy. You're above the ceiling, like a rat. Were there any rats in the vent? Did little exclamation marks appear above their heads as they led you further into the facility? I cannot. Because you're bound to secrecy. Yes. To tell the truth, I was not supposed to even say that I was above the ceiling. I dare not say more. Doesn't sound like I'll be able to coax it out of her just by asking. She wants to get the defendant declared not guilty, and she's still holding back again and again. Her musician and partner and confidant is accused of murder, but she can't just go out and say how magic works. That's against the rules. I'd heard there was a small window there before. By small window, you mean the air vent? Exclamation marks appeared. I only remembered I needed to be careful of where I put my hands and feet. I cannot see the lights coming through the window, of course. The air vent grate could trip you up, certainly. So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crouched and listened. That is when I heard his voice come from the room. Darian's voice. I knew something terrible had happened, yet it was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. She signed an NDA, Your Honor. But without a word, you just let the third set start? After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do. You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had only told us sooner. Yes, perhaps I could have. I see little point in badgering the witness. What's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why, I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing, completely unaware. Singing without a voice. If only all contradictions were so obvious. If only I could get Lamoureux to talk. Pressuring her like this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere. As to why I was there, I cannot say. You heard the gunshots during the second set during your performance. You're quite sure. Yes. Why would I lie about the time? Why didn't you tell us about this yesterday? No one asked me. I thought you all knew. Good. Every time that's come up in an Ace Attorney case, it's like, why didn't you tell us before? No one asked. Yeah! I told you Machi was not the killer. I told you this many times. Yes, you did. But you never told us why. I am sorry. I was not able to speak of it. Unable or unwilling? She's not talking, Apollo. What do we do? We'll just have to prove it ourselves. As long as she's bound by this pact of silence, she won't talk. If I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it. How are you gonna do that? She was singing on the stage, Apollo. She couldn't have been up above the ceiling, too. Yes, she could. I've got the theory as to why, too. And maybe I've got the evidence to prove it. I'm bound to secrecy on this matter. Exactly who bound you to secrecy? It's a secret. I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps that it's all right. It's just a name, after all. It was Valence Gramarye. Perhaps you know him? Valence Gramarye? What? You mean Uncle Valent? What? Valence Gramarye? Who's Valent Gramarye? A grand magician, the one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert. Yeah. Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. Lamoureux was bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there, but how do I prove it? In case you hadn't put together why she was in there. That line really makes it clear. What the hell evidence That's why her brooch was on the floor. It fell down from the vent. Fuck. Damn it. Okay. Does the diagram show it? No, not that diagram. The, this one. I don't know if that's enough proof. Oh, maybe the videotape? Showing her disappearing and reappearing? Yeah. Maybe that's the best. Her shitty brooch. And there's a small window there. As soon as I heard the voice, there's a small window there before. I was in the middle of performance, I had no time to remember what I heard. So I was there, I cannot say. I'm bound to secrecy. I'm gonna save. I don't know which line. I think this one. Well, I cannot say. Well, I can say it was because of this. Nice. Maybe they give you a couple options of what you can press on. Lamorar, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. Oh, VCRs are back in the play. Good. Through the air I fly. Do-do-boo. Does she not have her brooch? Oh, fuck. When she reappears? Is she missing it? That's amazing if so. Burning on in my heart fire. Whenever I hear this like MIDI singing, I just think of Malin and Ocarina. Oh, son of a bitch. They're kind of hiding it, but I don't think so. I think it's gone. But they did a good job kind of framing it so it's not really in the forefront. Son, damn it. That's good. That's good. As we can see, Lamorar was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamorar is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. I got played like a damn fiddle. And during that time, she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo! Oh, what, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal magician secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating. But how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha. He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage, through the backstage, to the rear of the forum. Recall Lamorar's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. She did say that very strangely. Like a little window. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Lamorar knew of this because of her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something. I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know? Which is why he bound Lamorar to secrecy. How convenient that we have a magician on our side to explain these things. Well, Lamorar, I'm impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you. So what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused. Why is that, Your Honor? As I said before, There was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she be that fast, especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice? Yeah, well, you know, they filmed the concert in slow motion and then sped it up in post, so she had more time than it seems. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes. It's all up to you. Do your thing. Gladly. Let me just write down everything that's happened so far in my little journal. In case I need to come back to this point. Yeah, no, I can, yeah. What thing, Your Honor? That thing. You need to explain how Lamrar was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. My case isn't a baby. Why do I get picked on? It's Lamrar who isn't going along with the program here. As I've stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail. Do your thing. You'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this, Mr. Justice. It'll be your job to wring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. The Big Illusion. Isn't there a Styx song called something like that? That's the Grand Illusion. Then get your tickets for the show. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-bum. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. That's less than impressive. That's less impressive of an illusion. If someone vanishes and then moves somewhere where you're like, oh, plausibly they could have gone down a ladder and then climbed up somewhere else. That's a long time. They'd be like, ta-da! Like, oh, all right. Yeah, I'm gonna get, yeah, my singing was too good. Okay. I was on my way when I heard the voice. Okay. 2 minutes, you say. The mystery deepens. Suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamrar is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I am a magician after all. Then tell me. Yeah, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. You're supposed to be on my side here. It's a murder trial, Truce. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. How did you proceed along this route? In this episode, as Apollo chooses which answer he should choose, it drives me a little crazy because the music sounds like it can't keep tune. It sounds like the tape hesitates and catches up, so the main high piano note wanders. Just because my computer runs, so I've been honest experience with this. I mean, it definitely sounds a little bit strange, but yeah. How? Why? I walked. But you arrived behind the forum much too fast to have been walking. Tell the truth, Lamrar. You rode some kind of vehicle. A vehicle? What vehicle? What a novel idea. I like it. Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad. Haha, yes. Laugh at the dumb attorney. I don't mind. She hopped a little mic ride in there. Well, send an innocent person to the chair because fake magic is secret. Aha, I'm sorry, but the girl is right. That vent was much too small for vehicles. Like a little buggy. We have no time for fake magic. Take it away, Leighton. It was a tight fit. Even I had to crouch as I walked. I cannot imagine a vehicle that would fit in such a small space. Yeah, it wasn't a vehicle, was it? You had me going for a while there, Mr. Justice. Too bad. Ready for the next part? Why do I feel like I'm on some kind of quiz show? She was in a Mazda CX-30. Hashtag sponsored. Just that giant fucking car inside the vent. There's an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. All right, shoot Takumi. In order to fund this new game, we gotta put some sponsored ad reads inside the cases. Do your best. That's really funny. Did everyone in the concert staff know about the trick? Not all. Only a few that were needed to help. Like I said, need to know basis. Not many people knew about the trick. What were these stagehands required to do? One needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once through there... From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. So when you came back out, you were behind the audience. Yes, that is how it worked. Not a bad show if I do say so myself. That's Uncle Valent for you, the old grammar touch. But on the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. How is that possible? That's the part I don't get either. Ha ha ha, yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds. She's got a twin, come on. I'm calling it. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running. Running in that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling? Ah, Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. Yeah, that's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. She disappears on the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us? Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony? Evidence explain the discrepancy. I gotta watch the tape back again. Yeah, you skipped when she leaves. Yeah, hold on. Wrap yourself around me. And now through the air, I fly. She's gonna fly. Mm-hmm. Whoa, whoa. Whoa. And under my heart, fire. I mean, there's plenty of cuts in the audio, or rather the video. It's not one unbroken shot. So did they just, during the concert, was it actually way longer? Why would they edit it for the bit? I don't, That's all I got. I don't know. Look and see the fire if you're looking for it. There's an even easier trick. It's just for the DVD. Yeah. Just don't know if this is important. It might not be. Feels like it might be. Must have been the cold. Yeah, I guess. Bake them away, toys. Yeah, I don't know. This part I'm not really figuring out. Let's keep going. What kind of evidence could prove that? What's your professional opinion about this one, Trucy? Sorry, I don't work in evidence. I don't work in tricks. I'm an attorney, not a magician, for crying out loud. Really? I'm sure Daddy would have loved working on this. Thanks, that makes me feel so much better. I don't know about all of you, but I find this mystery fascinating. Thanks, thy sight. Welcome back. That's almost a year. 13 months. Thy sight. And I'm not letting this trial go any further until we get to the bottom of it. The defense will continue with the cross-examination until we have some answers. Easier said than done. Phoenix would not have enjoyed this. Yeah, but it'd probably make for a good story. Oops. The contradiction between Lamorau's testimony and the video, unraveling an illusion, can't be so different from solving a normal case, right? Sorry, Apollo, I'm not telling. Not even if you make those puppy dog faces. Fine, fine. What was her last line? I was on my way when I heard the voice. She was carried by rats, and it was Darian's voice you heard. Yes, I am certain it was him. A matter best left for later, yeah? Put that forehead of yours to work on this illusion first. Hold on, I think the identity of the killer is a little more important, don't you? Actual live version of the 2008... What? Oh. I'll tell us that later. Thank you. Doot 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 beep boop beep beep boop boop dee 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 dee.
I just pulled up my tab to see if the captions are still broken. It seems they might be. Hold on. Hello? Hello? Chrome, you good? Chrome is just having a bad day today. Okay. Check, check, check. Are the captions working? No, they're still being sassy. And really slow. I'm sorry about that. I don't think there's anything I can do right now, but I'll do it later. Important schmortens! Objection overruled. Tell us about the illusion. Chrome sucks. Yeah, but I gotta use Chrome for some of the stuff that I use for stream. No use trying to avoid the problem at hand, Apollo. Trying to avoid the problem? This is a murder trial. The killer's the problem. So I need to find evidence that proves how she got there fast. Could the missing brooch have something to do with it? Now, how she got there quickly? Yeah, here's evidence. There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between video and testimony. The discrepancy in time. How does it explain it, though? I am an attorney. Maybe the badge would help. I'm just gonna try it. Lamrod, do you happen to remember this brooch? Why is this the answer? I picked up on it being missing, but I don't see how this explains the time discrepancy. The brooch! We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now, why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Yeah, this guitar just, just sliding off screen as it bursts into flames. Here! I imagine he's got like a long stick. Here! You can see she's wearing the brooch! So she is. Let's look a bit later. The brooch is gone! She's got, yeah, a finger longer. What? The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can be only one explanation. The Lamrar we see before the Vanishing Act and Lamrar we see after are two different people. Remember yesterday? Remember yesterday when it was like, there's two of her? What? They literally prestiged it. The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene, and not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Am I clairvoyant? No, I'm just thinking stupid. Lamrar, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage at the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order, Prosecutor Gavin. From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it, it just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right, there was a switch? You want the lottery numbers? Yeah, 3. And then another 3. And then a 3. There was! Just before the stage's tower rose, Lamrar was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement Lamrar? Why, the man behind the illusion, Valent Gramarye. It was Gramarye? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, so you weren't on the stage, that's right, but this fake Lamrar is still singing. And she's pretty good. That was a lot of dialogue very quick.
That's true.
Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording.
The Governors aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein.
Oh, you mean I'm wrong?
When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lamrar?
Very well. Can I explain my shirt?
Yeah. Well, no.
I can't explain my shirt. This shirt was a gift from my parents. They went to, I believe it was Iceland, and bought me a shirt that is, well, you know, they're like, you like video games, right? So it's like Space Invaders, right? But they're shooting. I love my parents dearly. I don't think they understood the implications of Space Invaders blowing up a bunch of polar bears. Because it definitely kind of, you know, feels like you're blowing up a bunch of polar bears. But, you know, video games, right? It's great. Anyway, you do tell and add it to your testimony. Yeah, it's a good shirt. I had to keep singing even while I moved. I can't explain. Yeah, I thought that either was recording or she was singing in the vent, but I'm like, if you're singing in a vent, that is a very clear kind of reverb noise to it. So, you were singing?
Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this.
Wait, so you were singing the whole time, even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? He is not an audio engineer, no. Why should it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness? Why does it sound like she's in an empty tin can?
But if you were singing while you were walking,
wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all.
That is right. Are you sure?
It would be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling.
Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime.
What state?
I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo.
The speaker? That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder, so she was singing in a tin can and there was feedback? Everyone in the audience was like, holy shit, this sounds terrible. What the fuck? Ah, that's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones, useful for knowing when your set's coming up. Audio engineers, yeah, the poor sound booth engineer's like, why does it sound so bad? Holy fuck. Satisfied? Bluetooth's gonna get really good in 2 years. That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lamrar singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lamrar singing over the speaker. Ingenious, her voice was hidden by her voice. Lamrar, I have just remembered something.
Do tell.
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice.
Forehead, that mixing board I lent you, where is it?
The mixing, huh? That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this. I'd completely forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. Yeah, okay, that did always sound really weird. The way it's just kind of like, pleasure, just like really late into that measure. I just thought that the song was bad. The song does stop there.
It does?
I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet. At the top of the second verse, there's two pleasures.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Oh, that's good. Now listen again. He's got nothing on Venus from Earthbound. How'd the gunshot not pick up on the mic? Oh, you know. The sound technicians are really good. Wait, was that the gunshot? Wait, was there a gunshot at the same time as the drum hit? Hold on, I'm going back. This is amazing. Hold on, Shu was cooking this day. Maybe. Kinda. There's like a distort, like it just kind of sounds kind of crunchy. If only you could isolate her chin. Yeah, that's where we're going with this. That's, I believe we're guilty of making a terrible mistake. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamarar's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darien Crescent could have done it. Why do people hate this case? I'm having a great time right now. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. I'm tearing through this. People with bad hearing would hate this. That's fair. The song gets old. Well, sure, but you know, it's important. Yeah, one problem remains. There's a lot of runaround. Yeah, I wasn't crazy about the investigation side of it. It was neat, but kind of went on a little too long. But the trial has been good. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? Watching his guitar explode over and over. Song plays a lot much, can't hold the gun like at all. Yeah, there's clear problems with the case. And it's a little bit flashback crazy, but hair foreheads theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Still early days in the song playing. Oh yeah, we're not done yet either, so. The worst Ace Attorney case is still a good case, just kind of repetitive. That's fair. Yet it's entirely based upon Lamarar's testimony. The Blue Badger theme over and over, that was way more grating. Is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite shrimple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof! All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear. Until we hear directly from the man himself. The man? You don't mean? Yes. Though he is a friend and band member, Darien Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case. As a suspect, to be frank. How come I don't get to isolate all the different parts of the audio for the live performance? The rat's coming out of his hole, and I'm ready to catch him. Darien Crescent, get ready for cheese. I mean justice. This is as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Whee! Yippee! We continue, Jesus. He's doing the court record? Yeah, I can check. It might still be the bit from the concert earlier. From when they asked me to find out who was late. Flight time 1:40 p.m. Number 2. They did a good job of misdirection too, but it's like an Ouroboros of misdirection, where they set you up to be suspicious of Darien and be like, oh, he missed his cue. So I was like, maybe he was doing something on stage at the time, but maybe he's just a bad musician. But you are meant to be suspicious of him because other things that come to light. It's just not maybe for that reason, but maybe there is more to that missed note than meets the eye, so I don't know. I can't believe it. Have a good one, Duke. Thanks for hanging. Most conflicted interest in this, though. It's extremely conflicted. I do want to see... Oh, I can.
I'm so glad I decided to play this game. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's incredible. Just imagine you're in an event, bang, pleasure, just keep singing, just keep singing. Like, that's so good. Show must go on. That's what they drill into you. How's the drum hit sound? Oh, so it's just a cymbal crash. So the punchy bass is the gunshot. That's good. Okay. Anyway, moving on. I did not hear that without the mixer. That's wild. I was like, there's a slight crunch right when that drum hit happened. But it was extremely... I did not notice it. It wasn't until I was explicitly listening for it. They did a good job not making that super obvious. I did notice that the pleasure seemed weird when she sang it. I just thought it was an artistic choice. I don't know. I didn't think too hard about it. That's good. They got me. It really happened during the second act. And right in the middle of Lamorar's performance. Why she was in that air vent, and that switch, and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Ah, Daddy! Mr. Right! You believed in me? Not really. Huh? I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than say, hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Jesus Christ. Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed? Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy? Ha ha ha, would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. Wait. Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machitobai off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darian Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption, namely that our diva divine is telling the truth. What about all the proof? The brooch and the switch. A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things, the flaming guitar too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. And butter. What do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Is he like, fabricate some evidence, it's pretty cool. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky. Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Here it is. What are these? What are those? What are those? They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something similar like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa. Hey, Apollo? That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Someone set off a firecracker at the same time as the guitar burst into flames, which sounds like a gunshot, but then he was actually shot at the same time? Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense. I disagree, Apollo. Burn fragments out of the core record. Okay. Alright. That's all for me, I suppose. Unless he got blown up by a firecracker that left a bullet wound. See it after the verdict, maybe. Yeah, we're still in case 3. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door, just like a magician normally. That's good writing. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods, what does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. Yeah, he wants Paul to flirt with them. Worked for me every time. Did it? No. Yeah, get him with the good old-fashioned. Killer says what? Court is now back in session. Gavin, where is Detective Crescent? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. He, Darian, was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3, but his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Get his ass, Apollo. Correct? Oh, I know. Hair forehead? Then why mention it in court? To sway the opinion of the judge. Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescent. That's nice. Who asked? Legally speaking. Name and occupation, please. Darian Crescent, Detective Criminal Affairs Division 3. Oh. Thanks for letting me know. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. That's just his jacket. Oh yeah. Pow. Doo-doo-doo. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. Was he working with Interpol? Doo-doo-doo. Why over there like a rat, Lamrod? Yes! Yes! Thank you, Smash Tunes. Yes! It's so good. It's so good. I would retweet it, but Twitter logged me out and won't let me log back. I guess I could grab it on my phone real quick. Unless I'm logged out on my phone. Hold on. How badly has Twitter shut the bed? No, I'm logged in on my phone. Yeah. Yep. Sweet. Hell yeah. Nice. Alright. Cool. He's Interpol. He's not Interpol. He's working with Interpol, though. Or would be. You're free. Don't go back. I know. It's a blessing. Let me unplug. The DS is fully charged. I can unplug one of the 15 cables. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. He's in the pool. What are you doing in the pool? Get out of the pool. And I'm a guitarist for the Governors. Maybe you've heard of us. Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. This makes you seem super innocent. The situation's changed, Darian. And don't call me partner. So much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamarar's testimony. If, in fact, you have anything to say about it. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Borginia. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice, ha! Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if.
Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. So you claim Lamorar's testimony was a lie? Did we get the, we did get this in the evidence. I'm assuming that this is fake evidence. I'm assuming that Phoenix is fucking us over. For some reason. So, you think this was some kind of firecracker? That looks like the barrel of a gun. Yeah, or one of those noisemakers like you shoot off on New Year's. Did you know that in China, they use firecrackers on New Year's to scare off evil? So it's kind of the same thing. Really, I had no idea. Did you know this? It takes more than 500 peanuts to make one 12-ounce jar of peanut butter. At least my useless fact had something to do with the evidence. Thank you, Trucy. Okay. Alright. Yep. Peanut butter. Peanut butter, you say? You claim Lamorar's testimony was a lie? Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is, you got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. He didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lamorar's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. You don't have any proof she was lying? Oh yeah, kid? You saying I lied? No, I'm just saying... Apollo, glare back at him. Glare. I couldn't help it. I flinched by reflex. Darian went, And Apollo flinched and went, Detective Crescent? Yeah, what do you want? Nothing. Apollo, chin up, back straight. You're wilting. This guy's hard as nails. He makes Walkie look downright cooperative. Look, there's no way the diva remembers my voice. His name in Japanese have something to do with sharks? I hope so. In the first place, she never heard my voice. You get a perjury, and you get a perjury. You never talked to her, even though you were playing in the same concert. Not a word, as far as I can recall. Not even when you chased her into a contrabass case. Weren't there planning sessions or something? Gavin took care of all that himself. Darian wasn't involved in any of the meetings with her. Yeah. As if he can just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. Only an idiot would believe that. Lamorar's hearing is very sensitive. She could remember him if she heard him, I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it. And I need proof. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if... We know she missed the words. The mixing board proved it. Oh yeah, there was a mistake, but blaming it on gunshots is just a lame excuse. What do you mean? The mixing board proves what? Proves there was a mistake in the song, a missed cue. So she just flubbed it up big time, that's all. She spins this story about a gunshot to protect the kid and cover for her own goof. Man, I'd have to hand it to her if she wasn't sticking it to me at the same time. Darian, watch what you say. Lamorar is an artist. She just flubbed it up. That's no small accusation for a performer of her caliber. Heh, she got to you, all right. I can see it in your eyes. I tell you, most of her stuff is so pretentious, it's way over my head. Oh, my head like this, in like an elongated fashion. I see. I'm detecting a rift in the Gaviner's ranks. Anyway, she's too close to the defendant. Her testimony can't be trusted. Unlike you? You asked me, I'd go with Detective Sky's story at the drop of a pick. At least she didn't bungle it. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? Actually, I was there too. So I hear. Which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots. Yes. We heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. Heh. I guess you and Lamorar got the same excuse then. We know one thing for certain here. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from that room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots. Yeah, so it seems as if... What I don't understand... Maybe it'll make sense. Yeah, no, I think it checks out. So I think that they used the trigger twice. Once during Act 2 to set his guitar on fire. And then again, because it would make sense to trigger everything at the same time. So I'm like, either they hit it once, they press it, and then that set off the fire in his guitar as well as the firecracker. What makes more sense to me is it just set off the guitar, and then the man was shot at the same time, or thereabouts. And then later the trigger was used to set off fireworks to be like, oh my god, he was just shot just now. One thing I haven't thought about till just now, if he was shot many minutes earlier, and then we got here just in time for him to be like, oh no, and then died. That's a crazy coincidence. That's just when he started to kind of pass out. And he was laying there, having been shot without making any noise for a long time. He was shot in the shoulder. Right, which would probably take quite a while to bleed out from, but like... I don't know. Seems like which sucks. Yeah, it makes a bad situation worse. Anyway, we'll figure it out. What we must determine is whether those sounds were gunshots. He could have passed out and come to. Machi heard them too. Remember when he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them? So how do we figure out just what those gunshots during the third set were? Could have been saved. The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. That could have been what the shooter wanted us to think. I'll tell you what the shooter, that kid, wants you to think. He wants you to think the diva heard me in that room. I'm back to relying on Lamorar's testimony. As much as I am enjoying the Darian and Forehead show, there is no need for such tempers. Don't make us into some comedy duo. This mean the Gavin and Darian show is cancelled? Neither of your claims can be proven or disproved. We could argue for days like this and get nowhere. Gavin is quite right. This court will hear no further discussion on this topic without new facts. New facts, huh? He's pretty eager to paint Lamorar as a liar, isn't he? Because her testimony is basically our entire case. This is tough. So what do? I got a few ideas. Need to find another way to prove it didn't happen when he says it did. Okay. What do we push with when? Send me the facts. She's lying in the back of her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. Forget the words because she heard gunshots as if. I mean, we haven't isolated the audio in court yet. Objection! So. Remember this, Detective Crescent? The mixing board would have bared it. It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lamorar's song. Her song? What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Yes it is. We just used this, don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Part? You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamorar's voice included. What does this prove? According to Lamorar's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ha! Ridiculous! How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh, he got sweaty. We were all deeply involved in our performance, but Lamorar's headsets would have picked up what she heard all the same. Then let's get to analyzing that recording right now. Lamorar stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. Locate the gunshot. Yep. I did it. Done. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lamorar's vocals. did hear something faintly there. It sounded like a gunshot.
Mixer Alex waited for an HD trilogy. It's pretty bare bones here. Wow, what did his hair...
This has to be some kind of mistake.
Or the sound was coming over the headset along with her voice.
Gavin, you're crazy, man, crazy. An upstanding prosecutor like you even listening to this weak evidence? Man, you can barely hear that. How do you know it's a gun? Perhaps it is you who are hard of hearing, Darian. It sounds like a gunshot to me. Admit it, you lost, Detective Crescent. Okay, so what about the gunshots Detective Sky heard? You heard him too, didn't you? Don't even think about telling me you were mistaken. Were you thinking of telling him that, Mr. Justice?
No, Your Honor. Detective Sky and I clearly heard what sounded like gunshots.
But
they weren't.
What?
And I have evidence that proves it. Then I think you'd best show it to the court. Let's see this evidence.
If you would, Mr. Justice.
The evidence showing what we really heard is this. Really real evidence that wasn't fabricated, I hope. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial.
What things?
The first was this small device. That's the remote-triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing.
What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope.
Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. Wait, he knows about this evidence? We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. Is it real evidence? How did Phoenix get this? How did Gavin know about this? I mean, what? You think Detective Sky works for you? I received a report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually.
What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin?
I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial, just in case. Comply with discovery. No such thing. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control.
Ha, you got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me.
How so?
So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off? Right when two witnesses came walking by?
That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then?
If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear, you get my drift? Why go through the trouble, man?
How do I explain this? He may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it.
He may not look it, partner? Gee, thanks, man.
That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself, and I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset, the kind all the band and Met staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. It's weird that he's answering this problem for us. What if that headset wasn't dropped, but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage. Oh! He wants the truth. He wants it.
Fair.
He's probably mad at his friend for doing a murder.
Yeah. Whose side are you on, Gavin?
Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law. No, there very clearly are sides in a court of law. In any case, I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lamoureux's testimony was true.
Ah.
And he burned his guitar. He's probably mad about the guitar.
Order! So she was telling the truth about what she heard?
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche.
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch, now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective Crescent, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it.
But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't two bullets fired from this weapon?
Lamoureux was moving through the air vents, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again, and Mr. Latouche's life was taken.
Well, Detective Crescent? That's right. Once again, I'm reminded of something. Our performance that day. Your performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Herr Forehead. What is it with today? Problem after problem. Ach, my hog won't start. My guitar case is busted. My guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which was that? Second guitar. Yeah. 'Twas you, Darian. I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you, I know how you play, you're better than that. Yeah, well, You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latouse's .45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? You're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent? I am a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a .38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast, also the murder weapon, belonged to the victim, Mr. Latouse, which suggests there was a struggle between killer and victim. So the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yeah. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I got a text from Michael Barredy. He said, "Are you playing Ace Attorney in honor of OJ's death?" And I do not know how to respond to that. Holy shit. Oh my god. Thank you, Michael. Yeah. Yeah, let's, yeah. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Jesus Christ. What does the witness have anything to say about this? What were we talking? I've completely lost every train of thought I had in my brain. Detective Crescent. He dead? Yeah. This is how I found out. Yeah, yesterday. Update the stream. No. Yeah, OJ died yesterday. What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves Rolled Up Ready for Action has to say. Yeah, he passed away from cancer. Yeah, you. Hey, you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything, and you have an alleged guitar cue miss due to a .45 caliber kickback. Allegedly prostate cancer, yeah. Michael said, weird way to say you believe he's innocent. I weep for this case, Gavin. I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. I did not. And that's the obvious truth. Naked Gun actor and host of prank show Juiced died? Yeah. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. I did not shoot him. I did not. I was wondering why there was an uptime in OJ memes. See, that's how I found out. I saw a weird uptick in OJ Simpson memes and was like, why? Let me Google his name real quick. Oh, that's why. I missed the memo and just got the memes. Proof of innocence. You gotta love the internet. Why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? So what found from a Muppets tweet? Anyway, let's move on. A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latouse had not been to our country before? According to our records, yes, not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Right, now I need to find a motive. We gotta prove he knew about the egg. Or something.
Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager?
I don't know. Why?
Yeah.
Her manager, sure. But Mr. Latouche was...
Alright. Sorry, an Interpol agent, wasn't he? I just have trouble picturing that big lunk as an undercover cop, you dig?
Dude was what? 35?
Yeah. And not a very good one, seeing as how he got wasted.
Ha, ha, ha. That's cold, dog.
Not that it matters either way. See, I had no reason to kill the man, whatever he was.
How old is Darian? Good question. Oh, wait. I can't.
You want a reason? Easy, I have no motive, man.
That's the same from Machi. No motive was proven for him.
He traveled around the world with that old fart.
Yeah. He is 24. And don't he look it?
He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own.
Yeah. What's that in shark years? 100 million. One sec. I had to come up with a response to Michael. And I decided to send him. I think this was a suitable reaction image. It's a good one. Anyway.
More than I sure did.
I'm older than Darian. I'm like a decade older.
I mean, think about it. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right?
Darian was born in 2002.
Darian, you're a detective with international affairs.
Yeah, what of it? Even if this was Mr. Latouche's first trip to this country, you still could have met him prior to the concert.
Huh?
Or don't you take any international trips in international affairs?
That's right. Well, Detective Crescent. That's your game, is it? Guess I better confess then. Confess? Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas. Well, but you're an international? See, me and Plains got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other much.
I'm trying to imagine going through a TSA checkpoint with that hair. And, you know.
My condolences, Herr Forehead, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country, I can guarantee it.
You know you can talk to people over the phone. You don't have to, have met in person.
Fuck you, Michael. Jesus Christ. Dude, it's no chill today. He sent me a link to the Amazon listing of OJ's book if I did it. Thank you. Anyway, he's never set foot outside the country, I can guarantee it. As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well.
That's so unfair. Phones aren't real unless they're calling from a restaurant. It's true.
How could I possibly know her manager?
So you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert?
Fraternize? Ha! I don't think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone wanted to talk to that old Eastern blockhead.
Didn't they say that Borginia was Northern Europe? Did they say it was Eastern? They might have said it was Eastern. Whatever. Doesn't matter.
Now the ladies, that's a different matter altogether.
More racism. Well, it's like... Yeah. Yeah, probably.
So you see...
Northeastern. I'm thinking like Estonia-ish.
If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him?
Eastern Bloc, yeah.
You sure about that? What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you. Listen, you try throwing out one of your wild accusations, I'll throw it back at you so hard you'll forget who you're accusing of what.
Herr Forehead, perhaps it's best if you let your evidence do the talking. Yeah?
wait. Man, what evidence? That's what I want to know.
He's using this mode of question as ammunition, huh?
Well, I've got ammunition too. Evidence.
Okay. What do I got? This line of testimony is a mess because I was very distracted. Why would I want to kill that manager? Want a reason. I got no motive. This is the diva's first trip to this country. How could I know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? And they never met in person before. He's never been out of the country before. So what motive? What do we got? He wrote his Interpol number in blood. We have the egg. Oh, you can did I examine the egg? I don't know if I did. It says sample on it. In English? Why does it say sample in English and not Borginian? Sample. Think they put a big enough label on it? Maybe it's to keep people from eating it by mistake. Yes, they might think it was an otherwise tasty white lump of plastic. Maybe it's the manufacturer. Sample toys when you can't afford the real thing. Sounds like a company Mr. Wright would like. Damn, dude. Damn, dude. Okay. Nice egg. I don't know if we're ready to talk about the egg. Are any of these directly tied to Mr. Lettuce or Mr. Crescent? Cross-examine the egg. Publicity postcard. Am I supposed to prove they knew each other? Because that seems tricky right now. Doesn't belong to Mr. Lettuce. Hey, for the Blitz. Thanks, Pixel. Darian Dimmadome. But it's going out horizontally instead of Mixing board. The key ring. That hasn't come up in a long time, but it might come up again. Autopsy report. Blood loss due to fire by caliber bullet. One time lasting shooting and death currently under review. That is very specific wording, isn't it? I didn't think too much about it. But they're like, yeah, we're not sure how long it was between when he was shot and then when he died. We know when he died. But maybe he was shot further back than when we thought. So that's a nice little tease to get you thinking about that. Why would I want to kill him? I mean, I could just say you want to kill him because of the egg. That's kind of all I got. I'm just going to try it. We haven't taken any damage yet. Why do I want to kill him? Because of the egg. Objection! Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. I don't know if I'm on fire so much as I'm doing a decent job guessing. I've had a couple situations of I think it's this, but I don't know why. Whereas this, I'm confident that this would be the killer's motivation, but I'm missing a lot of information. So I'm like, what it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. Yo, Half-Lives. I'm certainly on fire. Put me out! Chat, put me out! It was found among the victim's belongings. That's on fire for an ace kid. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. A cocoon, never seen one that color. It's a variety only found in the Republic of Borginia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with a motive for killing Mr. Lettuce. Does it? It does. Wait, I mean, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon? Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make silk out of? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. A curative for what? Apparently, it is most efficacious for treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its medicine, I can't talk anymore, of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Borginia. Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world? Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. What?
There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export. What if you just exported the poison, but you kept the manufacturer locked down? You ship out the remedy. We don't have to ship out the cocoon, surely. Cusco's cocoon. The cocoon for Cusco. One rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Why are we exporting the poison? Interpol? A ban on black market exports, that's sure to work. Well, yeah. I think the idea is it wasn't black market, it was above board. And then people were fucking up the process and making poison. And then Borghini was like, alright, no more of that. Stop poisoning yourselves, we're not letting you do it. Right. Well, if we only exported the poison, though. Now that's a tasty burger. The victim, Romain Letus, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Romain Letus wasn't killed as a manager, he was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market? Make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous, I mean totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in International Affairs, I know the deal. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Letus undercover. You kids think up the craziest things, but no way am I going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Probably not the money you're after. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well. You may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm gonna find out what. Smuggling them cocoons, eh? International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. I hope that at some point, Apollo's bracelet starts swirling, and his tell is that he just starts massaging his hair, and I have to just look at that zoomed in. That'd be great. That memo! That's how you knew about the cocoons. Oh, nice one, nice one. I'm running scared now. You had to know about the cocoons to plan this. With both hands, yeah. His tell is the hair moving on its own. It just starts boop, boop, boop. Just how well known are these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I'd never heard of them. Well, Lamarar knew about them, though not their use. My reports indicate that there are ongoing efforts to control information about the cocoons. Most people only know they're illegal to export, that's all. Then I've nothing to be embarrassed about after all. You could say people like me who know about them are a minority, yeah. But that includes everyone in International Affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol, too, for that matter. Yeah. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. So there are other Interpol agents like Mr. Lettuce? All around the world, likely. Deep undercover, most of them. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sniffing through your wares. Most came to the conclusion that can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. All around the world, cocoons crumble for me. Who knows how long? Incuritis. Dangerous! Yeah. Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketeer might think you're part of the sting and take you out himself. Times have changed. Cocoons are smuggled for me. Cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. They'd turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could say objection.
Maybe we could get them to cut his hair, too. Who's on trial here again?
Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market.
And that's a bad thing?
Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff. I'm in international affairs. I know the deal.
Which is why you'd know how to find a loophole in the system.
Hey, you can say what you want about me, but back off international affairs. There ain't no loopholes, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts?
Are there loopholes in the Boy Scouts? That wasn't what I was trying to... Down, Darian, it's as you say. There are no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. International Affairs, Interpol, and Borginian Customs are all watching.
See, we know what we're doing. Not like some yippin' lowly doggies that lap up every word that diva says. Why, out of what? You want some of this?
Chill, both of you. Let's do this cool, yeah?
Ah, screw cool. I want this guy's head on a stick.
The replica has to be the key to his motive. There's got to be a way to find out what he was up to. I object. Object to this. And object to this timeout. Bam. What is the play here? International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. They're all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell on the black market. Too dangerous. Cocoon plus not exactly lucrative anymore. Isn't there a, yeah. Incuritis. I feel like I need to be like, we're not talking about the money. We got a memo about these cocoons. They're all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them. Too dangerous. They ain't exactly lucrative anymore. I feel like it's one of these two. Ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Can't sell them. Yeah. Who would have benefited from this? Exactly. He thought it was gum. He lied, but whatever. Perjury doesn't exist. It isn't exactly lucrative. Can't sound too dangerous. I'm just gonna throw it on this one. They're saying they're not lucrative.
Objection!
Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would.
How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister, but goodbye.
Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone
like this? That article, that's about the Chief Justice's...
A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease, a cure for incuritis. ApolloJustice.jpg. It's all coming together.
Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere.
You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning.
Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You're saying?
Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice.
You are saying?
The Chief Justice would never deal in contraband, not even to save his own son's life. But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal. That's Detective Crescen's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice.
Detective Crescent, is this true?
First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler?
How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway?
Distasteful as it is to think about it, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal.
A very cowardly seller.
Don't let Sleeves over there trick you. Sleeves?
So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof?
Well...
Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing.
Do tell.
Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Borginian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out.
So we were informed about that. Let's continue the cross-examination. Borginian Customs is very thorough. Everything and everyone gets checked. What about a wrapped-up vacuum-sealed guitar? What about that? Just how strict is this customs check? He looks like Josuke fused with a shark. 100%. Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. I do recall it being a bit extreme.
They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows. And lollipops? It would be hard to distinguish them. That's right, Gavin was in Borginia, wasn't he? I remember setting off the metal detectors several times. I had to practically strip naked to walk through. He seems very pleased with himself about it. I have Cookstar in the case. Maybe that's why I'm enjoying it so much. Is like, I've been finding the mysteries intriguing and the solutions neat. And the way it's coming together. Here's a travel tip for you, Gavin. Leave the bling at home, you glamorous pop. Cocoon possession will get you arrested on the spot and then sentenced to death. His iron boxers. That's pretty extreme. Where's that scene? Capcom's artists. Borginia has this rep as an idyllic, laid-back place. Truth is, they're beyond hardcore with security. The Republic of Borginia is a peaceful, pleasant country, so this level of security shows us how truly concerned they are about these cocoons. That's the situation. If there's a way to get cocoons out there, I'd sure like to know. You're in a position to know quite a bit about smuggling. Yeah, I need to know a bit for work, sure. But all we get are reports on the failed smuggling ops. Not exactly something you want to go copying. But if you want, I can tell you a few of them. Maybe you'll succeed and get rich. I would be interested in hearing, purely from a legal perspective, of course. I weep for our judicial system. The replica has to be the key to his motive. There's got to be a way to find out what he was up to. Yeah, everyone gets checked. What about, consider this. If you had, for instance, La Guitarra. I don't have anything that's like, it was vacuum sealed, but I'm just gonna, Objection! The music stopping is always a good sign. Actually, there is one way. One way to get something out of the country, no checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? Yeah, I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin? You gotta believe. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamorar. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar's from Borginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamarar's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Borginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was so composed? And then, with cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin. Hold on to my song. That guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory, Herr Forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It's called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this, in fact. An igniter. Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean? He means this, of course. Oh! There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access? Like a member of the band. York! God, his hair is incredible. Order, order, order! So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. Precaution? Ah, her forehead. At last it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lamirar's ballad. S'il vous plaît. First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. And then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Lettuce. Oh, Mr. Lettuce, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Lettuce tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch, now. The guitar burst into flames and the cocoon was lost. And then, Mr. Lettuce died, with Lamirar there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man. Detective Crescent, I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly? For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian. Yeah, the Republic of Borginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, a Borginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamirar heard proves it. It's over. Press the switch now. You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it, the coup de grace. Well, there's only one person it really could be, I think. And for once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say, then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Just like Spider-Man. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice? It's gotta be Machi, right? In terms of a person who was on stage, that was 3 people. Unless it was Valent, because he was also technically on stage if he was the one in disguise. But I don't think it was Valent. It was probably Machi. There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice. And that person is the defendant, Machi Tobai. But Mr. Justice, he's your client. Yeah, but he's not guilty of murder, is he? Well, he's gonna get murdered by his country, but not unless he gets sent back there. Yeah. A defense attorney accusing his client, that's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Lettuce. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lamirar? It couldn't have been. You seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? Recall that this remote only works at a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lamirar was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lamirar still could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. Because it lifted up out of rain. It was in the middle of the guitar's serenade. That is extremely silly. Gavin and the Lamirar, she was also in the event. Whatever, that's fine.
This is meant to make it like, no, there's literally no one else who could have done it. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lamarar's position in the vent. Ah. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor. Yes, Detective? Could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Well, I don't see why not. I love this video. What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Too bad, so sad. Punk. Punk? First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly were we supposed to see in this video? The problem isn't in what we see, correct, Darian? Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians, after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off that igniter? That right? Yes. Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem, man. You still don't get it. Ah. Yeah, I was supposed to hit that switch if he's playing. I am suddenly reminded of when we were messing with the piano on stage and it made a weird ka-chunk noise on one of the keys. So is his point that he played a note that was not in key? And that's why? Bro's never heard of page turns. You got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the diva. Well, I want to listen to this again. This is the piano, right? So it would have been here. Was it earlier than that? Yeah, was it that near the end? There was like a chord that was like a little bit funky. It was subtle. Near perfect pitch. Yeah, I don't have perfect pitch. Well, it's gotta be that. I'm mad that there was more than one thing hidden in that, but that's good. Play over using a switch in the arrangement's not that hard. Right, but if your switch is on one key on the piano and you're like, time to hit it now, whether or not that's where I'm supposed to play, it's like, yeah. The one with her hands free was the diva. I'm wrong. According to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Yeah. Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. Listen to the chords. Yeah, I think it's one of the chords that's like... The piano plays non-stop. I think it's right before it catches fire there. It's just like slightly off, I think. Subtle though. He couldn't have pressed that switch. It's subtle to me who's... I don't want to say I'm not musically inclined. It's just I don't have... If things are slightly out of key, I'm like, maybe? Well, Mr. Justice, the piano sure does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo. Yeah, I own a guitar, not a piano. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. But also, if I'm playing my guitar and then I go to tune it and I'm like, wow, that string was super out of key. That was really out of tune. Sometimes I don't realize that it's... Because if it's like out of tune but not crazily so, sometimes it's like... It's subtle. Like, I don't know. How could it all just... Strange. Also. Well, that's what I was like, I'm not musically inclined. It's just, in terms of like being sensitive to perfect pitch. That was kind of what I'm trying to get at. What's strange? We're trying to get close. Yeah. Anyway. No, it's just something's odd about the performance there. Odd? Don't need good pitch to play music well. No, because the whole point is when you're playing an instrument that's like a guitar, which is fretted, or pianos where it's literally keys, you are like working within the framework the instrument gives you. It's not like, I think violin is fretless, where you need to have a good sense of where your hand is and what the pitch is supposed to be. Guitar is like, this is a C note. If it's wrong, it's because it's out of tune, but my fingers are doing the right thing. Mr. Justice. Pianos do need to be tuned, but it's usually not nearly as frequently as a guitar. If Machi Tobai didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Yeah, trombone. Yeah, trombone's really tough. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar's on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, story's full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Machi Tobai the accomplice? The answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought. Apollo, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. You better find a way to prove it. Yarg. What do I do? What do I do? Don't say that out loud, dude. There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait a second. Wait. You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Strange. What's strange? No, it's just something's odd about the performance there. It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this? Can you prove Machi pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove he pressed that switch? Yeah. I don't know if you can call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. Herr Forehead, you're sure about this? Yeah, accept it. There's no evidence, man. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim the defendant pressed that switch? He was jamming out. He was tickling them ivories, isn't it? Your Honor? May I present to your attention, ladies and gentlemen of the court, the basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flame. It could have been a foot pedal, but specifically, there was an indication earlier, too, about it being a weird ka-chunk noise. What's that part? I hear a piano being played. But, doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple? I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one hand? One hand? He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. What, so you're some kind of piano savant? Actually, no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. I don't know, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah, you got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he? Oh, Daddy, he couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. So sorry, so sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with 1 hand or 2? You can't. I admit it would be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with 1 hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No, no way. Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with 1 hand. I thought he was playing with both hands. He just hit a weird note to activate the... Okay, alright. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire, and one section of the song proves it. Doesn't? What's that? I'm just gonna keep it. Yeah, hit. Was it that part back there? It's gotta be earlier than this. Go back. What? Play it. Play it? Hello? Oh, because it's selected as a... Yeah, hold on. That part right there sounds like the do I want a hint? Maybe? Hold on. Not yet. Because I'm also thinking, like... I mean, with a sustain pedal, you can have multiple notes playing at the same time, right? But yeah, but it catches fire earlier. It catches fire in the second measure here. Because isn't this where the gunshot happens? Is it not? Wait. Hold on. I think... Never mind. It's a different part of the song. Okay, that's why I was confused. Because I was like, why is it that far along in the song? Shouldn't it be earlier than that? Because they kind of shifted us a measure from last time we listened to it. So, the third measure is where the gunshot happened. And that's around when it burst into fire as well. So it could have been this section. Right. It's at the end of this measure, I think. Yeah, that. So I'm gonna just say it was this section. Take that! Wah! Yeah, it would be nice if we could see the video at the same time. I'm afraid I don't hear it. What's your opinion as an artist, Prosecutor Gavin? It's a beautiful song, and the lyrics are outstanding. I was wrong? I'll take that to mean there isn't a problem with this section at all. Wait, so what was the odd thing that Gavin heard? The switch was pressed in the first half of the second verse, right? I just need to find a place to compare to that. Your Honor, if you give me one more chance, I think I can find it. I suppose we don't have a choice. Very well. You claim the defendant was playing with one hand when the switch was pressed. Show us the part that proves it. Definitely playing one hand, but for the one section of the song proves it. Okay, let me listen to the whole thing. Just with everything else low. Because maybe there's another part of the piano playing that sounds weird. Yeah, they didn't penalize me. Don't give me a hint yet. I'm gonna get one more time with everything else turned all the way down. So nothing really stands out. He did mention something about wanting to compare it. So I'm going to see if there's like two together make it sound weird or something. I don't know which one it'd be though. The hell is them two? It's like the harpsichord sounding thing. What we got here? 3. The bass. India? I think 3 was the drums. I don't... I don't know what they want me to play it. I hope you're doing good, India. When the guitar sets fire. Okay. It's playing some, like, lower notes. I don't know. Why do you need 2 hands to play a piano? Well, that's what I've been trying to think about, is what I understand as a non-piano player is that you often, for something like this, it's like one hand is playing chords, one is playing a melody on top of it. So you have like a backing chord, and then you're going bum bum bum, like a little arpeggio or something on top of that. And there's parts where he's not doing that, but that's what I guessed with the second measure here. So one hand's like boom, boom, and the other one's going do, do, do. But like frequently throughout the entire thing, it sounds like two hands playing, and I don't know. I was trying to listen to be like, is there something else weird? But nothing really standing out to me. A weird abundance of high notes. Is there? Where there's no chords? It's not this measure. Like, there's a lot at the end there, but there's still backing chords. Is it the first measure? Mr. Singway asked me fine. I think so. Because I'm not hearing a part that sounds like only one hand playing for a long time. There's like tiny little bits throughout, but then there's another left hand chord coming in, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't got it. I don't know. I am happy to receive a more substantial hint. Compare the pattern? You're not looking for what's wrong. When did the guitar ignite? At the very end of the second measure. Which is what I guess the first time they were like, no. And I was like, but I don't know what... It didn't fully combust until partway through the third measure, but it was around when the gunshot happened, right? What notes make up the chord? Is it that? Is it something like... Yeah, shit. Stop. Let me go back. Let me get one more go, and then I'm just gonna start guessing, maybe. When you pause and choose to present also matters? I thought you're just choosing an entire chunk of the song. There's no like progress meter when you do that. It's just which one of these four is it? I think that's the only thing that matters. Sorry. I have no idea. Let's guess this one. Take that! That's the section? I'm afraid I don't hear it. What's your opinion as an artist? Nope. Give me one more chance. I don't know. The first, same as the first. Take that! Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you. Why is it the first measure? As I'm sure you've realized it yourself, Hair Forehead. Realized what? I'll demonstrate.
Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Please. Pay particular attention to the "but of fleeting melody" phrase. How many times do we have to listen to the same thing? I don't... You're right, enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section? The guitar burst into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. How was I supposed to listen to the first verse? Pay attention to "Oh, that night in your embrace." Play verse 2 again. Did you hear that? No. They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different. That's how music works. I don't know what the point is. Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple. The same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. What? You'd have to use 2 hands to play that for sure. Uh-huh. The flourish is missing. But... What? Huh? It's a chord without the high notes. And this game is impossible. I was just for lack of chords, it was lack of melody. Right. I'm mad about this for 2 reasons. I'm mad because I'm still not sure what that proves. And I'm also mad because earlier we played the piano and one of the notes went ka-chunk. So I just thought they were like, oh, it's like underneath the hammer in the piano. And then you put it's like the Looney Tunes, where he's like, and he keeps saying the wrong note. He's like, no, you idiot. This one, and then he explodes. I thought it was like that. This is a rare case where they wanted me to think smarter than that. They told you to find a section to compare the bad part to. I thought it was compare a section of those 4 measures they gave me. They're saying compare it to a different part of the song, which was not included in those 4 measures, right? They didn't have a separate verse to access. At least they don't penalize you for getting it wrong. It wasn't that? It was the first part to the third. The lead to see at different times. Measure 3 was the problem. Measure 1 was the comparison. So I was supposed to guess measure 1 to say this is what it's supposed to. I give up. What's that proof? I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the 2 verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. I agree with him. I don't. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly, and that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so the piano would stay in the background. Oh. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. So you're supposed to go, look, the verses have slightly different flourishes, that's suspicious? That's proof he used 1 hand? That... I don't care for that. Now ask yourself why Machi changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Unurk? Okay. Sometimes music be like that. Order! I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, this is the flimsiest case argument I've seen in a long time. Yes, quite. Though, personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What, no comeback? Why couldn't they have just gone with the Looney Tunes murder key? Murder note. Why couldn't they have done that? Da-da-da-da, bonk! And it's subtle, but when you hear it in isolation,
You're like, there you go. There's a ka-chunk when he hits that key. Like, why'd they do this? No comeback. I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up.
Very well. Barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter.
It ain't over.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, good show, Sleeves. No, great show.
It's not over. I don't like it when he looks so happy.
You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed in you, Hair Forehead. Son of a bitch.
Huh? Me?
Yes, don't get me wrong. Your case is solid. The facts all check out. But even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence.
Yeah, but the facts. Anyone can see it was him.
Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it.
But
1,000 facts might point towards the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system.
I don't believe it.
It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present.
Oh, I think if he did, we'd already would have seen it a long ways back.
It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation.
The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Well, I mean, it's innocent until guilty, which is good. You're saying why can't it just be, why can't we just point a finger and say they're guilty? It's like you do want a pretty high standard like that. That's. Remember what Daddy said?
It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. So what do I do? I don't know. Good luck. Be aware it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods.
Yeah, this world has guilty till proven innocent. It really does.
Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darian Creston's igniter and set it off.
I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion? Won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy, something fatal.
So can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney.
I'm gonna set him on fire. This is what my lawyer told me to do. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, hi, hello.
We've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go.
Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin?
Oh yes, good guitars are kept dry is why. That provides the best sound.
Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, detective. It was there from the very beginning.
Right.
This is about how the fact that his guitar went missing. Because you mentioned that much earlier, and I didn't think it was. I was like, why mention that? But I don't. No.
Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good.
Go for it, Apollo.
And this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney.
All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry, and I intend to hear this one through to the very end.
Your forehead.
You are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Letus and the smuggling of a Burgundian cocoon. Also attacking, La Mirar. He also probably did that. This is your last chance to prove your case.
His guitar geeter. This trial has already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then let's have it.
I know I just saved, but this is just less text to get through a second time when I inevitably fuck this up.
Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent. Yeah, there's a whole bunch.
I've seen dice. They strip them of their right to remain silent, interrogate them without a lawyer, coerce them to confess to crimes through repeated arrests, deny them bail. It's bad. It's not great. 99% of trials result in convictions. It's like that's the context that Shu Takumi wrote this in. It's bad. This is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darien Crescent's plan is... Oh. Evidence or a witness? Colin Oldbag. Yeah, that'll work. But is it literally the igniter? That's stupid, but hold on. I don't see how we could tie that to him. He said conventional. He said there's no conventional way. Well, what's less conventional than calling the dead body to the stand? I mean, that would be good. Alternatively, Mr. Wright himself for some reason. The magician's there too. But if they said that no evidence is gonna help, no conventional evidence, all we have is conventional evidence, right? Do we have anything that's super weird? We have a postcard that I don't know if it matters, which is maybe important, but I don't know. Diagram, the videotape. This has all come up. Igniter. What would ignite this man? These both came up already. I'm just gonna try it. Witness. Show how dry it was? Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. So what is? It's true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darien Crescent's guilt? It's not that bad of a penalty if I'm wrong. Latus? This person is your igniter? Ha! Exactly what are they gonna testify about? Go for it! Call him to the stand! He's not scared at all, is he? Wrong person. I was like me, I'm thinking stupid. One more try, Your Honor? Court advises you be aware your chances are limited in number. Think you're the one in need of a little igniting? I suppose we should let you try once more. Show us the basis for your accusations. Think, Justice. Are you sure about this? The key that will take apart Darien Crescent's plan is... Back to this step. Is it evidence? I don't think it is evidence. We could call Gavin to the stand. That'd be pretty spicy. Let's try that. Let's try that. I don't know how this would prove anything, but I think it'd be fun if this is where it's going. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Alright, fine. Alright, fine. Okay. One more witness. Am I overthinking it? I don't think we need to call Armor Aramachi back to the stand again, right? Right? Or Emma? So it's I would assume it's someone we haven't heard from. Is it the fucking magician? No, it's not the magician. What is it? I'm gonna say evidence, but I don't think it is evidence. Defense is prepared to show the court evidence. Be my guest. Be all of our guests, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence supporting your accusations. Now this is Ace Attorney. I'm like, I'm just gonna start guessing and loading a save because I don't know what they want. Is it literally the igniter? This is your igniter? Yes, it is. No, what? I thought it was funny. Exactly how am I supposed to react to that? He's not flustered at all. I picked a dud. A dud. I'm afraid your poetic tale ended up to be a mere fantasy. Reality bites, Mr. Justice. Penalty. Ow, ow, ow. Let me try just one more try. At this point, I might as well just throw it away until reload the save. The key is gonna be a witness. And that witness is Trucy. Go, Trucy. Okay. I exploded! Yeah. Hooray! The judge. The judge. That's enough. I see no need to further prolong this trial. Defense's case is insufficient to overturn the prosecution's claims. This court finds the defendant marching by. Woo! The defendant will surrender himself to the court's care to undergo a regular trial at the High Court within a month's time. This isn't regular trial. Court adjourned! Yippee! I wish there was fail text for the lighter itself. I know, they're asking for the igniter. I gave him an igniter. Try again from where the trial ended. Meaning, just load back up where I was? Oh. Huh? Okay. Right. Save game, no. Oh. I don't remember. Yeah, I could just reset the game. Boop!
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned that I downloaded the all three of the trailers because Capcom put all their shit on sale, which was rad when the eShop was shut down. Nice background. Thank you. I spent $2 on it, I think. Okay. Hopefully this is more. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Show the base of the chat. I am not cooking. The stove is off. The kitchen is under repairs. I don't know what I'm doing. The key that will take apart his plan. I frankly don't know. Do you want to know if it's evidence or witness? Yeah. Yeah. Is it a witness, chat? You paid for a background? Yeah, well, it's a good one. It is a witness? Okay. Well, I've already guessed like half of them. Thank you, chat. How much from a DS? It is a modified DS, which was sent to me by a viewer, Jake Doodle. Shoutouts to Jake Doodle. Who was like, I bought a Capture 2DS. I'm not using it. Do you want it? I was like, yeah. So it's got this big old piece of plastic. There's, you know, modified components on the hardware inside, and a big old cable that runs out in the capture software I have. I got just the person to do it. I know, if Apollo was an option, I'd be like, well, Apollo was there. They're coming for me. I mean, it's a legally obtained copy of the game. They can come after me all they want. I literally bought it off the eShop. But yeah, I don't... Is it Phoenix? So it's not Trucy, it's not Clavier, it's not Latus. I don't think asking him to prove his own... Can you ask him to prove his own guilt? I don't think that would go well. But then we're kind of back to the main three witnesses of the case. So that's why I'm like, I don't think it's any of these three, because what else are they going to say that wasn't said already? That's why I've been kind of guessing weird ones, because Phoenix was like, you're not going to get out of here doing things normally. Process elimination. That's kind of where I'm at. This person is your igniter? Yeah, it's him. What are they going to testify about? You can testify. Press the thought in. It's not. My thought is wet fish on the floor. He's already staying there. I know, that's why it'd be funny. The basis of your accusations against Star and Crescent. The basis of our accusations is La Mirar, who we've established repeatedly is not the most reliable source. I don't want to call her to the stand for the 8th time. Am I gonna guess last? This is absurd! Who the fuck do they want me to pick? Do you want me to bring back fucking Machi? Again? No, fuck this! No, this sucks! Why is this the answer? Machi is literally his igniter. That's fair? If we're trying to prove that he was playing the piano and hit the igniter, okay. Man, I was not thinking about that aspect of it at all. I was thinking of what is the basis of our accusations towards Darian. Everything that we've known about Darian. Okay. You're crying again. And I'm like, it can't be a witness we've already talked to, can't it?
Nice.
Apparently so. I'm good. Machi was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. Can't it? How so? It would require one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Burgundia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would no doubt also find inside the burnt out guitar.
Very scientific of you.
Thus, if Machi Tobai acknowledges his agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Burgundian cocoon, the case is solved. Darian's laughing again.
Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to.
Why not?
The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything, especially anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about?
Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Burgundian law.
Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking.
But you're wrong, Detective Crescent.
What?
It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble.
How?
Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. It's like, whatever, man. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Burgundia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Burgundian cocoon.
Yeah, but...
Boing. But if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Burgundian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not gonna find him guilty of murder here, not now.
Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me.
Maybe the law doesn't allow it, but who's gonna think you're really innocent after hearing this trial?
The same goes for Machi.
Bang. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan? Machi knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime.
The crime of cocoon smuggling. Hey, don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace. A hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on.
I want a house made out of pianos.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Clavier's like, oh.
Darian?
I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession?
Legally speaking,
No. But I have to go catch my story, so yes. Oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Losing Mixtarian's hair look like that. It's true.
Well, have you been listening to today's trial?
Yes.
And you'll talk? You'll tell the court everything?
I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime.
Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know.
I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew, from beginning I knew.
Machi?
Situation I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money.
Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However, it has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machitobai,
Yes?
I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict.
Oh! I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth.
That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machitobai, not guilty. Gumshoe, hit it!
We got there in the end.
Court is adjourned. Whee!
4:42 p.m. It was a long day in court. I wonder what'll happen to Machi. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Hey, Phoenix. Daddy! I owe you both my thanks.
Lamorar?
Ma, is something wrong? I'm sorry, Machi was your partner on stage.
Nice.
Your friend. Thank you for the bits. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do, yet something got a hold of him. Something evil, I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage.
Courage.
I am considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lamorar lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I've been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. That's our boy Apollo. Always gazing at the truth. Just like, yeah. He is. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Painting? That's right. She's the landscape painter in sound after all. I will paint the two of you, I promise. Woohoo! Can't wait, Lamorar. I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too. He's gonna open a Dunkin'. Secret mission. And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end. Oh, so they didn't do the thing where you have to present evidence at the end of the case to be like, but this is the thing you didn't think about. A brand new episode. Turnabout Succession. The Queen? Is the Queen. That was a great case. I'm just a little bit stupid sometimes. Hooray! Yippee! We did it! We did, yapoo! This final case is a very long one, not longer than the extra case of the first game, but longer than final case in game 3. So it'll probably be at least 2 streams, maybe 2 streams or more to get through this one. That was great. Yeah, that was a beefy case. Turnabout Burger. Thank you for hanging, everyone. I'm gonna wrap up here, and we're gonna start up the next case next time. A good thing the internet held out, though. I don't know why this came to mind randomly. But let's just have a quick little jam as I get caught up on alerts. Thanks so much for hanging. I hope you have a great rest of your Friday. Itadakimasu from No More Heroes 3. What we got? Lorca, thanks again for 300 bits. And congrats on the Kid Icarus accomplishment from a while back. Thy Sight, thanks for 13 months. Welcome back, it's almost a year. Gamer Dylan, thanks for 73 months. Thanks for the Prime. Eltheon, thanks for 63. Every combination of these 5 tracks is a separate song on the OST. It's like half the OST. Wow. Venus Varnus, thanks for the $1, dude. Thank you. Itadakimasu. Pixel Gun J, thanks for 100 bits. Mental Prompt, Darian Dimmadome. Flax, thanks for 74 months. That's so many. No, you're certainly on fire. Bar Flambe. He's fine. I'm fine. Cap, thanks for 8 months. Welcome back.
Nice.
Thank you for the Prime. I really appreciate it. Argento Natsu, thanks for soup. Now he knows why everyone hates this case. I still really enjoyed it, despite a few stumbling blocks for me. I still thought it was a very cool case. Chicken Bacon, thanks for 96 bits. They should have given the sheet music for the actual song or something. Need somebody to compare what the songs are supposed to be. I think that would have made it too obvious if they're like, here's what it's supposed to sound like. I think we just were never given the context that the piano was meant to be backing that doesn't stand out. That would have been more of like a nudge towards what they wanted. It's like, there's times where I'm like, holy shit, I'm totally in lockstep with what they're saying. I know what they want me to know. I'm putting together what they want me to put together. I'm there, and it's super rad. And then there's times where they're like, okay, here's our next stop. And I'm like, I'm on the train, but I'm going this way. And it's really hard to get off the train and walk back up the track and then be like, okay, let's go this direction. Sometimes you just get in a weird train of thought. I don't know. So if I'm saying it's bad design, puzzles like this are really tough to put together, and it's different for every person what works and what doesn't. And yeah, if you don't know how to read sheet music, but if it was like following along and was like highlighting to be like this note, then this note, and then went do 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 do, and you're like, oh, he wasn't supposed to do that. So yeah. Yeah, and I didn't get that that's what they wanted me to do. I thought they wanted me to compare between parts of the song to each other or like look for something obvious. And again, I made the assumption, which was incorrect, that he had it hooked up inside the piano. So when he played a certain note, it was gonna Looney Tunes explode. Because why else did they make, why did they have the scene where we're playing the piano and one of the keys is weird? Why did they do that? Could someone explain to me why that was a scene that happened? Because that doesn't... Did that ever come up again? It's just a red herring. But he did sit at the piano and set off a thing. So it's like... I thought they were like, hey, remember that? Here you go. And instead it was just a random... And I was just like, I'm fine with red herrings, right? Not everything has to be a Chekhov's gun, but... That seemed like a very clear setup. So it made me really locked into what I was thinking I was looking for. So whatever. I still enjoyed it. Pangolin Montanari, thanks for 69 bits. Jake and Megan, thanks for 69 as well. Moral of the story is, if there's a replayable video in Ace Attorney game, run. It was a fun video, though. Mookie112, thanks for 3 months. Enjoy your silver key. Hope you enjoy the bees. And Dampy's Dumper, thanks for 69 bits. Did you get that romaine lettuce was a quote-unquote plant? I guess you're right. Yeah, that sucks. Thank you. Threw in there to hide it. And it landed under a key? Maybe. But yeah. Anyway, thank you. It's a purple herring. Good chunk. I request to share a funny I made on Twitter.com. Show me you're funny. Show me. Wait. And then I'm gonna kick y'all out of here. We didn't drop any frames though. It didn't get late enough in the day. Hopefully I'll get the internet upgraded soon so we can figure that out. But so far so good. For streams from home. The more I talk about it, though, the more I'm gonna jinx it. Oh. What do you got? What do you got here? Oh my. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, hello, Scaredy. Oh. Fusion. Ha! The fusion of Josuke and Left Shark is Darian. Yeah, no. Correct. That is correct. That's very good. Thank you, King Peggy. Appreciate it. We're gonna go raid Dan Floyd. Dan Jones and Dan Floyd are doing a Hollow Knight X Ocarina of Time randomizer, where I believe Dan Jones is playing Ocarina of Time and Dan Floyd is playing Hollow Knight. And we don't get to raid Dan Floyd too often. In fact, I don't know when the last time I did was. So they're both streaming. So go. I don't know if they have a multi going or something. Go watch both of them. Yeah, they're still going. I don't know how far they are. I saw they announced that earlier. They're doing it. But yeah, the two Dans. They're doing it. I don't know what a raid message is. Anybody got any ideas? But yeah, go follow PlayFrame Plus. Go follow Cause I'm Dan Jones. They're both great. Thanks again for hanging. Hope you are enjoying the game. Hope you're having a great week. Start of your weekend. Eat the dankumas. Yeah, you could throw out some bar perceives if you're subbed. If you're not, the eyes emoji is also very good. Let me drop an eye emoji in the chat for you if you want to copy paste. There you go. Are captions still slow? Yeah, they still seem to be broken, unfortunately. I will see if other people are having issues with the same thing I'm using. I can look into other methods as well. Because I like having live captions for the stream. Because on YouTube, sometimes the VODs don't process and there's no captions. There's nothing I can do. But most VODs, YouTube does. They're really long videos. Things can just break. And then YouTube's like, I don't know. But yeah, I do like having captions for the live streams. So hopefully I can get that figured out. Thanks for letting me know. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging. Next time we'll start a big old case, apparently. Okay, bye. Get out of here. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. I hope you're enjoying the game as well. I'm gonna go. See you next time for more of this. It's neat, though. It's good stuff. Thanks. Goodbye. Goodbye. Itadakimasu.